Let's hear. We're gonna try this again. We're gonna try it again. YouTube's just acting funny tonight, you know? Um, I don't know. Play two songs you've played a million times, right? Weird things. Weird things. Anyway, would you like a cross? Are y'all really gonna do this? Mm-hmm. They really gonna? I know you are. Y'all are gonna find a way. Yep. I can see it happening. Shenanigans. I call shenanigans. If you want to cross, go cross. Nope. You're just gonna sit there. They're gonna do things. Expect this to go flying shortly. It's fine. It's all fine. Oh, now you don't want to do the things. Mm-hmm. Anyway, you guys, I'm here finally. My apologies to, I believe it was Ivy's mom, Bison, and Dad was on a cruise last night. Several others. Uh, this thing set for the wrong time, and then by the time it, so. And then I was like, well, I don't have everything exactly as I like it. So, And then I didn't feel good. I thought, well, go ahead and do it at noon like planned, and then you know what they say about plans, right? So I was like, well, I don't feel so hot, but I finally made it, and still may not have if it weren't for the goofiness of this bastard ass group online. Wonders will never cease, right? Mikey rang. Anyway, now I don't know what the hell Tijuana missed it over there. Don't really care. Something dark side would be my guess. Form with the group as always, no matter what the optics look like. So, I ain't even touching that button. But, it looks like. It looks like fuckery night. That's what it looks like. Lord of mercy. Where is it? My goodness. It's somewhere. Damn, did I send it over? Well, I don't know. I got 99 problems and a bitch ain't one. Alright. Oh, shit. It was at the bottom. Now it looks like our, catch me if you can, fucking gone ass piece of shit Ryan. Duvet, right? Duper, Duper's Delight, whatever the fuck. Magical spirits, the whatever, Serafina pin ass supports a known and admitted child woman abuser, beater, etc. That type of motherfucker, whatever, right? That son of a bitch looks to be, keyword looks to be, alright? You follow me here? Threatening Tijuana immense. Now, what on earth? What on earth? Over poor Nanner. Fuck you just say, bitch? Boy. Mm-mm. Get the whole fuck out of here on your donated boat or something. Anyway. Shut the fuck up. And I don't care what TM1 I missed it over, but that bitch can shut the fuck up too. Alright? Because I got something for all of them tonight. I'm done with their fuckery. And if you all want to continue to be fucked around by their fuckery that is absolutely destroying everything with intention and purpose to do so, well then, by God, be my motherfucking guest. Okay? You feel like being taken on a Catch Me If You Can fucking ride or a nanner boat or goddamn Ziggy and Fred's horse shit while they're all working together, you be my motherfucking guest. I ain't about that life. I ain't ever been. Told all of them I ain't here to play fucking TV games. I don't like none of these some bitches. They're all fucking around together. I think y'all should have learned this by now throughout all the other high-profile, active, ongoing cases. Now, I know many of you subs and members and long-time drama and hate and drag you if you can fucking channels and you douchebag helpers over here who want to help these people con, scam, play the pebbles and chat, the 400 names, the goddamn big bad wolf fucking writers and pretend web sleuths and cul-de-sac fucking bored ass Karens and whatever the hell y'all want to do, you do it. Alright, but y'all know better. Y'all know these people's literal script, routine, dance, the goddamn garbage they get up to, what all of y'all get up to in all these cases, how you do it, how it's done, how the public most often doesn't see it. Hell, even fucking real media falls for it. Sadly enough, so does the justice system, LE, feds, etc. And you all count and bank on that shit. Literally, not figuratively. I'm pretty goddamn sick of all of it. I'm sick of all of it. Alright, now I will tell you that it's getting a little hard here these days. I'm still going to maintain that as much as possible throughout this. However, because of the group's fuckery and the weather vane fill on shit, there are some things I'm going to keep to my motherfucking self throughout this. That way I don't want to drive a narrative, do some bullshit. You know, it's just how you catch monsters. You know? Then I got pieces left to break them the fuck apart. It's just how it is, okay? Also, because there are certain things that obviously certain people might not need to. Well, honestly, who the fuck knows? Because there's no guidebook on this shit. But some of us do know a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So you just kind of try to keep it in parameters. Right? For the greater fucking good, unlike these fucking bastards over here. Working, in quotation marks, these cases. I'm just over it. Alright? So, fuck all them. And I'd say that I was gonna do this as a one thing, but I think I'm gonna do it as a two. And yeah, I know I still got shit to get back to for years, but you know, I know at least from the part where I was gonna play like the dolly calls, like recordings, until now there's quite a few things I need to get back to. But this one I do intend to do in two because I'm gonna show you a real good example of this group's fuckery and who all's fucking around together. And boy, I hope somebody does download this one and send it in somewhere. Blah, blah, blah. I don't give a fuck. Alright? I'm sure eyes are on everything anyway. Just saying. I'm not sure. I'm positive. But anyway, that's beside the point. Because like I said a while back, Zig and Fred and that crew, and whoever's been touching hands there, somebody's in deep shit. Somebody had something to do with something dark side, fucking around with state systems. You feel me? But it's going to play into all this. Also, let's all put a pin here. And you ever notice a certain misery critter that pretends to be extra psycho during certain cycles when they're getting up to the worst shit or when they're in trouble or law enforcement probably watched them and then they do hinty hints through a group through their look psycho posts. And then how a certain misery and a certain Tijuana mess always scream hacking about the time they're fucking doing it themselves or I don't know, whatever. I don't know. Always seems to be the cycle around here. It also seems like there's been quite a few vague threats at other locals, witnesses, etc. running around the blocks tonight. I find that a little odd. Don't y'all? No, you probably would if the public could see it the way we do. And the names associated with it and certain other witnesses around June 15th and Summer's life in the same. I mean, you might find it a little, you know, and not nuts in the least, you know. But that's what they sort of bank on around here. Literally, not figuratively, right? So, anyway. Alright. So, I don't know what the fuck Tijuana Mess got up to do. I'm sure it actually has something to do with trying to get ahead of certain shit, trying to force people. Yeah, like I said, right, it's fine. Optics over fucking Ryan's a douchebag piece of shit. And boy, if you don't stop visiting, look, did y'all hear that little bitch begging? A while back, I skipped through some shit. I did not touch all of it. Right? But I hit a little piece where he's like, Judy's talking in code. Talking in code. We understand. Are you speaking exclusively? I don't know. Was I? Am I? Fuck, I don't know. Right? Anyway, that's weird. And he was like, come and talk to us. Just speak to us. Huh? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, mister. I've followed Seraphina's pins to do some fuck shit at your family cemetery. Motherfucking Ryan Doobie. Doobie? Doobie's not a doobie doo? I don't know. Fuck you, bro. That's almost goddamn poetic. Just to suck the dick of a goddamn monster named Andy, so you could get your little golden ticket to 125 to torment us some more. You really helped so much. Bless you, Ryan. Fuck you, bro. Now, this is the second time. Now, the public's not aware, but, yeah. He just keeps visiting the family cemeteries. I'm sure that happened around that Van Hill shit with him. On purpose to try to trigger me. Bro, if you don't stay the fuck away from the family shit, swear to God. Anyway, look, this little bitch is over there like, just come talk to us. What the fuck you mean? I'm talking in code. I'm crazy or something, apparently. Right, Ryan? It's weird how that works with this group. This group. Yeah, you, Ryan. You bastard. Ziggy, the rest. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, so, all of you. All of you. So, here's the thing. It's weird, right? Throughout all these years, they've made the public believe XYZ of us, me, etc. Liar, liar, pants on fire, can't understand her, blah, blah, code talking about her. Yeah, I mean, I've made that pretty clear. If I'm saying shit and it seems a little like, what the hell is she talking about? Chances are it's meant for certain ears, not yours. See how it works? Because I've said it out loud. So if it was meant for your fucking ears and you can't understand it, then chances are it wasn't fucking meant for you and I got nothing to say to you. Right? If I wanted to explain it further, I motherfucking would. Precisely. Clearly. Just like I am right now, you pieces of shit. So anyway. Thing is, that's all they've done for years. But what has stayed the same is this. While they've been doing that in the public eye, and making that the whole thing around there for years, blah, 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 or that I'm drunk, I'm intoxicated, you can't understand me, right? Lar, yeah, really? Seems like I'm the only one in the motherfucking bunch. Stays pretty consistent. The only motherfucker that has real goddamn receipts. It's weird how hard y'all have gone after me in real life, even to the point of trying to get myself and my children murdered repeatedly, fucked with, and boy, that ain't stopped, has it? See the shit over the last couple days, even. It's wild. What camp that's coming from? Oh, wait, they're all the same. So, anyway, and how that come out, and who's involved in that. Anyway, so, yeah, but what's stayed the same is that publicly they do that shit, right? But then they're always like, well, talk to us, well, meet us, well, whatever. Bitch, if I'm crazy, a liar, this, that, and the other, then what the fuck y'all still want hammering down or trying to get hands on or trying to talk to or embedded and inserted in my life in ways even the public cannot motherfucking imagine. And it has not been outed yet. Fucking for real. See how it works? See how it works? Oh, I was like, come talk to me. Bitch ain't, especially Ryan over. Dude, let me tell you something, motherfucker. I would rather go yeet myself into an entire lake filled with massive saltwater crocodiles with, like, I don't know, fresh steaks tied to my ass. Okay? Not that that'd be needed. I would rather be Bear Grylls dropped into that dude's fake as fuck too. I don't know. Hero Years, buddy. Does like that shenanigan shit on TV. Y'all ever seen it where he crossed the little ravines puzzle? It's amazing if you find out the tricks of that son of a bitch too. Bless him. So anyway, people do anything for fame, won't they? So anyway, I'd rather be like real Bear Grylls into the fucking Amazon, which is actually, well, I don't know if I can use that example because it's actually like bucket list shit, right? Drop me off of the Amazon by myself. Look. So anyway, I don't know. There's a million other things I'd rather do, and I'd do first before speaking to you, Ryan. Okay? I think you've done quite a motherfucking enough. As long as your beloved Nana crew are. Alright? Your own little Adrian? Old. Your own little gal? Fuck you, buddy. Anyway, hell will freeze over about 4 times before it ever fucking happens. I advise you bicycle the opposite way if ever you see me out in public. Or have your electric bike do it. Okay? So anyway, I don't care what your fake optic threatening zig over. And I don't even know why you or Nana are doing that. I guess for whatever fuck. Because honestly, I think that ship sailed, bro. When you got 2 motherfuckers like you that's fucking with everybody. And see, here's the thing about Nana. She'd been fucking with everybody since before everybody knew she fucking with. Right up on and around 110. Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the team, the crew, whatever the fuck, right? Little Timmy here, little Donald Campbell's there. I don't know. Whole bunch of the fucking community, all that shit. Boy, you should see. Like I said, I guess we're all gonna go down to the shit, hand in notes. I'm gonna be like, here are the printouts of Neener terrorizing minors and witnesses around Summer's case. We've all got an interest in this shit, Hawkins. Well, she's stumbling for people type of thing. The level of terror that woman has done to others or directed to be done, or has helped with, while being hidden in the background for most of it. Some of us smooth enough to keep her lips shut until, whatever. And I'm sorry, but she is now a YouTube thing, right? She's out. She's out. She's on her best channels. Now she's fair game, right? Ain't that what you tell all of us? We're all fair game? Yeah, she stood in front of the news. She said her name, all that. I mean, what is that y'all said about your public whatever? And everybody's, she's known. She wanted to be known for pin little angel. No, I don't think we're gonna go there. Nope. I don't think anybody's a fucking saint or an angel anyway. But, yeah, whatever y'all want to do. Anyway, I don't. I think it counts. Like, it's sort of like when you're in a fight, right? In the police show. It's ones who hit who first, who started this shit. Well, I didn't know about none of that. That was already fucking with all of us. They just had our names and our mouths direct and shit, fucking with shit, and they're dropping the whole thing, right? Even to Fred. Before Fred came up in it. Yeah. So, I don't know what the fuck's doing here. And then her and old Z. Wait, we'll get there. We're gonna get on down the road with this. Alright? A few of them. So we got Ryan's bullshit optics here, threatening people. He's don't want to do that anyway. Blah blah blah. Optics. Blah blah blah. You got Tijuana and Miss running their yapper. I assume because of last. See, here's what happened last night. Okay. This live got set for the wrong time. I was like, fuck it. And it had 2 different times. So all that occurred. I had a whole bunch of shit happening. I was like, holy shit. Somebody's really feeling some type of way about this. I was told there were quite a few waiting. I was like, the hell? When's that ever happen these days, you know? Yeah, I don't think so. Right? And then I was told there was comments chat, which wasn't supposed to be a thing that's happening, but I was like, okay. Anyway, it was a little weird last night. That's all I'm saying. And then this shit today, of all days, somebody's going live to me. I just, weather rains, right? Feels like some shooketh to me. That's what the fuck it feels like. Curious. Something. Just, it ain't right. I'm assuming it had to do with the thumbnail. Right. Now, this one, right? Right. I blacked out a great deal of it. Now, what we have in the year 2016 is some real weird shit than in the following years. And honestly, a little while before that. Yeah. Alright. Shit that touches everywhere. Same area of things, though. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. No, no. No, you can garble at me all you want, but it ain't gonna happen, sir. I'm sorry you were displeased currently, but we're not gonna do it. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know. I know what you want. But it can't happen right now. You were totally inside for the moment. He is so mad at me. So anyway. Alright. Now, this, right? Now, I don't, there are 2 names associated, okay? two names I mentioned. One of them I'm gonna try not to release in any way. Because I don't know. It's up to others to decide. I mean, I guess. So anyway, but there were two characters, two men, and it showed up in a weird period of time where certain things from oh no, it's got real weird. Certain things from down another area, yeah, suddenly come into contact again over the years, like happens with another thing. And then, and see, that thing was one things. That person was interested in certain things later on down the road, so there's some stuff in there. Which is why I find this weird. You see, there's connectors. During this period, not long after, a certain monster decides to lay hands on our kids. And I was like, hell no. I don't think so. Right? I don't fucking think so, sir. So it's like, get the fuck out. I'm packing and leaving, blah, blah. So I'm trying to leave, right? Meanwhile, other shit like medical abuses and things are happening, right? Poisonings, whatever the fuck you want to call them. All these things reign supreme. Others, right? Down there on that end, yeah, they knew because things were mentioned. Yeah. Weird shit transpires there, I tell you what. Only after they talk to, I don't know. All I know is wild shit was said. Now looking back, I have to wonder about those things. Boy, do I. But anyway, during this couple month period here, these two gentlemen show up. Now, mind you, during this period, for a while before this, and for a long time after, we had the peeping Tom situation. Reigning supreme, right? Often just one was seen, but we know locally there was at least two at times working together. And not just myself, but other neighbors, community members. Called the police, monster even caught. At least one time I called all this sort of shit, as far as like almost physically, right? And seeing like up close person. So like there's all that in there. And then the truck takeoff, wobbly enough from that was also there was a red one associated with that. That's but not the same making. So but there were many, many, many of these incidents. And if y'all been here through all the years, you know that some of those obviously included weird shit happening to the dogs during certain months. Not just to mine, but other neighbors. We could tell there were stab wounds and shit on the animals. Rope burns, this other luring in of them with things to apparently yeet them off the fucking face of the earth for a while, etc. Weird shit. Now, also during this time, what you have is, I don't know, maybe Fred can tell you something about it, I don't know, but you have this certain property that goes to a certain person. I don't know. Didn't know nothing about it until dare, torture, and fuckwit come into play. This fuckwit knew everything about everybody's schedules. What time Monster and everybody else in the neighborhood was coming and going, and work, and what they were driving. It was the weirdest shit to ever hear in person. Now, it was scary, honestly. It's like, and then they admit to bringing others up there. Oh shit, you know. But anyway, I do know that Fred at that time was also ripping down certain blinds and cameras and all kinds of wild shit up there. Him and his daddy had taken exception. I don't know what the fuck all that was about. I mean, it's just normal Fred shit. That's what he does. Everybody up and down the ridge line, including his own kin and such. Yeah, moving property markers, fucking up tree bark with paint markers on the property line. It's just what he does. Cameras, blinds, you name it. It's a Fred thing. Alright. So, Fred for some reason takes exception to this fellow being up here on the ridgeline. This fellow, his friends at least, give us a name for who gave them permission to be here, etc. Well, we were like, that ain't right. That ain't right. Turns out, we found out the real name. So it's like, oh, okay, the property owner is the one they were actually talking about. But why'd they get their name? You know, but now I have to wonder. Okay? Now I have to wonder. Because during all these periods, right? And the wildest part was, these people up there, using that piece, and being invited and doing whatever, right? Almost shot Little and I. Almost shot my eldest. This didn't happen just once or twice. It was a repeated thing. Couldn't shoot a fucking deer if their life depended on it, apparently. Not correctly, anyway, but torturing. Whole big thing around all that, right? Anyway, found it creepy. This guy, this random ass dude, after I lit up and raised hell, like this dude come off that ridgeline. It's like, the fuck, motherfucker. He came down real quick, like, yeah, he did. And then Monster come in, you know, but anyway, explain I knew everybody's movements, this there, times. This shit's creepy, alright? And then knowing somebody and a whole bunch of people been up there with eyesight on all of us could see. I mean, you know, it's the country, there ain't nobody around. Yeah, often I sunbathe nude, like away from the house in the fields, or, you know, like whole kitchen's glass, and I was in there making cookies and nothing but a t-shirt, whatever the hell, right? They got up to shenanigans outside, you know? You don't expect somebody to be all up in the, I mean, you know, you just don't. How long they keep quiet and all creepy over there? So, anyway, quite a long time, actually. And the reason I'm including that is because these two characters here. Now, one of them, you know what? Look. Anyway, these characters, they appear. They also describe the interior of houses, barns, shit in them. Their reason for being able to do so, I thought was like, and then I tried to check it out with others, and I never really got a response for that. I was like, okay. But at the time, I had no reason to believe in it, you know, that it could be anything other. I mean, they knew too much, I mean, and then for some reason at the time, probably because I was being medically fucked with, it didn't occur to me that this could be related. And I'm not saying it is, but it could be to the one or two characters showing up in and around Ben Hill and other hollers and places. All and there's a reason. Okay. Now I'll tell you the one that I've marked out. Now you'll find a couple. All right, it depends on the spelling. Okay, depends on the spelling. Hold on, I'm gonna mark it out so y'all can see that I just you know out of my ass with nothing. No, that's not what I want to do. How in the hell? Okay, let's try that. No, what the fuck? No, I don't want to use AI. Who the hell are you today? We don't do that. Oh, that's it. Yay! All right. All right. And apparently I gave him a number or something, but I think my autocorrect did something weird with that at that time. And I think I was messaging via cell phone at this time. Alright. Now, I'm not trying to give no thoughts about nobody, per se, or nothing like that, you know? But I just find it weird. And I have questions. Probably wouldn't have those if it wasn't for Nana. The thing about that is, right? There's so much in that. I'm fully aware everybody knows everybody. And the reason Nana wraps her little peels around certain locals and just protects them with this group, makes their buttholes clean. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Family does and all. So anyway, now I noticed one other time in this group and over here on the streets that certain other shit was put out. And see around here, and especially in there, you'll have 4 or 5 of the same name, first and last. Okay. Sometimes, even though it looks like a last belongs to one person, it's actually an entirely different section and a different family altogether. No relation. Sometimes it's not, it's, yeah, it's a thing, right? But anyway, so there was one character that they tried to dox and put out as Naners, or somebody, right? They were hitting and targeting him anyway, and I was like, oh, that ain't the right one. And I see him do that, and they got cleansed pretty quick. Nobody ever spoke about it again, distracts me a lot, but anyway, in the time frame of that shit. But there are multiple names for each. And this, you see, you can do a V, you can do a PH, right? At the time when I sent a message, I did it with a V. Now you'll find someone that is an actual official, okay? And I was like, what the hell? I was like, nah, I know it ain't that fella, because I met that fella and I've talked to that fella. And I think I would have known if that was the character at and in front of my face. Yeah, no, right? Even though they're, I'm just gonna leave that whole thing out. But I know it ain't that character. So if you come up with that person for this, that ain't it. That ain't it. And I know some of this QAnon Wayfair crazy shit y'all got going. Somebody'll try. I wouldn't. But anyway, person is Steve Starnes, right? One of the two. Now look up his name. Not much pops up. And then I'm like, wait a minute. I could have been spelling it wrong, and you can often be like Stephen, Steve, PH, you can do the things, right? I get smart, or maybe dumb. I don't know. A little of both. Now, this feller, now, here's where I'll say whatever, okay? What I find weird, and I think you can, like, do this because of them being on a registry, you know? So I think that's okay. But, okay. Well, here's the first thing. Let's start here before this character. Now you have this one, and I think this is okay too because it's criminal. Right? I think so. I mean, hell, they do it all this. I don't know. There are two. Okay, they make sure to always use initials in between, to delineate between the two. But there is one, right? And the weird part is they come up to, well, Nana's around the pond address. Yes, they do. Anyway, mate. Yeah, right. Yeah. These sexy charges are sex based. They were very recent. Oh, yeah. About the time Nana wanted to drive distraction boats. Do the flyer fuckery, and her and Rodney Ray and Jinkies would be like, oh, God! Right after her 6, everybody else wanted to come down here doing fuck shit and using Summer's flyer in weird sick ways, and then trying to trigger bitch Dawn after she got yeeted off 110 and wanting back around them desperately, especially after the Van Hill surge. Probably so she could try to figure out what the fuck is going on, get info, all that shit, right? For the group. And all the way back to McDonough, I'd assume. And others. So anyway, there's that. I find that timing weird, manner. You let about time certain people firmly giving their address. It's even listed in the papers as the little around the pawn address. The sexy charges. That y'all decide to do all the flyer shit, get distraction going, do all the fuck shit, trying to trigger bitch Dawn. You got a reaction to that, don't you? He's probably playing it on purpose, honestly. Don't make no sense, this whole thing, and you get the Christmas gig, and Ryan showing up again, acting like that's a new thing, but he tried with, hey, what's that dipshit? Y'all get up to all the cases, including Sebastian's and certain for McDonough and yeah. Trevor Lee, that's right, yeah. But Trevor Lee was picked. That's when he flipped. He did shit with Brooks, hold on, or whatever. Anyway, so Ryan goes around the Christmas tree dance, all the fuck shit transpires during this entire time. Find it strange, y'all were, and I know this for fact, I'll not necessarily say how yet, but I know the beloved ICU and other crew, did y'all catch hints way back months and months ago, was absolutely inserted in around naughty tampering and screwing with Van Hill. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Ryan, what you know about that? What you know about that? Right? Anyway, anyway, old boy looks to be, he was already in trouble. Uh, over in another county, and then he got hit with these charges. That's about the time Nana and all the group were doing real fuck shit. Hey, did you? I don't know. I guess I was better on Donner. I don't know. It's weird. The address literally comes back to around the pond. I don't know. So then I'm like, well, wait a minute. I see other things, you know. And oh, but it gets better. It gets better, right? You have these names associated with a certain other road shooting off of Van Hill. Certain Stephen Starnes suddenly moves right after summer vanishes. Hmm. Now, it's just my opinion. I find that weird, especially considering the certain road names, certain characters. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. I come across this wildly enough. Okay. This dude. Now, he's a Stephen Randy Starnes. Who knows? People can use Steve, Stephen interchangeably. All kinds of things, live other places. I find it strange, though, that a whole lot of these characters here come back right off of Van Hill. Okay? I find it strange. You know, they just be coming back right there, right? Just right in areas. And then around the pond. Now we'll see locations are for both of the names actually in the message, one of which I'm not sharing. They also come back to right fucking there off of Van Hill. Yep. Yep. Sure do. Sure do. Not just the two I showed you, but yep. Because that's all got to do with the Steven Starnes thing, right? But you have those characters coming back right there. One of which is to one of Nana's family's places. And also inside of a certain road that's mentioned in certain ways by certain characters on Van Hill and otherwise. Um, hmm. Ziggy and Fred squill and then shut up a while back. That's all shit. Wonder where all that shit come from, Ryan. I see you. Anybody else? Yeah, I got all of them tracers. So anyway, I find that odd. Yep, sure do. Hmm. But the other one that was on property that day with the Steven, whatever, right? He's right there too, on Van Hill. Well, right at it, off it. You know, right in an exact place. You can't make this shit up, folks. You know? Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Now, it gets weirder though, right? Certain characters on the offshoots of Van Hill to do with this. Also, wildly enough, come back being connected to the person who is allowing people to set up blinds and hunt off of their shit. Yikes! The fuck? And then the name given and a point in the direction. I don't know what's up with those people or Fred or Candace. I'm just pointing down that motherfucking way. But I swear to God, you take it as one thing and another throughout the years, do whatever. But yeah, so I find that strange. I find it strange. And see, if something is family to Monster, as said, that makes sense. Ages really don't for certain things that were told that day. Just doesn't compute now, but back then I was little because of Monster shenanigans. So anyway, I just and at the same time, something on Fan Hill is wanting access to these certain types of things too. Monster also speaks to them, wildly enough, which is rare and unusual. They laughed and were like, no way, I'd fuck around with that who's begging me for a job, right? Yep. But at the same time and all this, right? Fully aware that I'm trying to plan the escape from Monster, because, all the shit. They know I'm clearly being fucked with. I'm not okay because of certain things. But they're wanting certain things out of certain places, too. Alright? Just like these characters that were showing. It's the strangest fucking shit. Strange shit, huh? Yeah. I'd hope all of it's just some blueberry lizard button. I really would. I don't know about it though these days, especially because of something and someone else mentioned, but I think it's actually a purposeful one, a planted thing by certain things on and around Vietnam. So, but I don't know. You tragedy pimps probably know all about that, wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. I know something does. Even if, say, a tragedy pimp insertion wasn't, but a few months surrounding before and after all that, right? And here's why. Because a certain thing on Van Hill initially says years ago now, something high profile might cause problems, blah, blah. You know what? But it was meant to look like it was about, whatever. Fucking games, man. That tells me that paving was already in place. Maybe even by other locals coding on their way back and forth. Maybe even kept off of tech that way, right? No traces that way. I don't know. The narrative's trying to be built up since everything late last year and into this one speak volumes. The overhanging targeting thing. Knowing where they're trying to go, and then watching certain creators controlled by certain ones start to put out the propaganda, the narrative shit in advance, gathering certain things because you can see that by the links they're sharing, all that to be prepared for something. Which tells me that before certain times they had knowledge of certain things which means that they were already fucking around with Vanny. And I know this. So, also means there's no coincidence in Monster's goddamn shenanigans or his whores in my chat at certain times, and the Jensen McDonough fuckery as well. Right? Mentioning a name that wasn't even shown. I don't know. That was probably dumb as shit. Sometimes you gotta feel bad for Monster, because it was definitely whorebag playing and half that shit like usual. Dumb son of a bitch. Anyway. Um, Now, the ties on this shit, you know. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's something. Maybe it's the reason somebody eats their fucking ass up on a hill. Like that after summer vanishes. For me, I'd be worried that that's a way for somebody to try to get all the info they can about what's going on around Summer's case, or from law enforcement, or from the parents, where else. Keep in advance of. You just never know, do you? Or to keep someone else they know hidden, safe, kept from arrest. Hiding somebody else in the fucking community that might be responsible. You know, it's real weird. You just have to think, man, is that a possibility? Is it? Does certain characters maybe have something going on where they know that maybe, you know, like, people were, coming in and out and on property? I don't know. If I was fucking LE, I'd be wondering. And I mean, you know what they say. About all that shit. And it wouldn't shock me any. Not in the least. Sure as fuck wouldn't. I mean, after all, you gotta realize, hey, Shadowlands are Shadowlands, but certain Shadowlands have ways about them. They already play by funky rules. Twist and shout. They didn't need no help from no tragedy pimps. What better method than using this motherfucking place and the chaos and shit to hide? But you can damn well bet that in some way the person or persons responsible is out there watching. If someone knows who they are, they're watching. If someone did indeed take Summer, you know, the level of risk in this are associated, right? If it was a stranger or non-familiar, whatever, you know, that denotes a certain type of predator. Probably wasn't the first time, of some variety. And they'd probably be the type to enjoy watching shit or the pain or suffering, you know, also shit over and over. I remember asking certain specialized units if I was correct in my thinking that someone would probably try to revisit inside of Ben Hills, but yeah, and that's what I kept an eye out for. Other neighbors did as well, I assume. I could hear them out, keeping watch over them, theirs, their families, kids, grandbabies, all that, just as most of us were in and around. But I was also keeping my eyes open for anyone to return. But hell, by the time Tragedy Pimps and Looky Loos and all that shit after they unblocked the road, you couldn't have fucking told. You couldn't have told who was who and what was what, because you fucking bunch of assholes out in the world who think that shit's fun or you should get the first TikTok vid or whatever the fuck it is you people do with no concept of, hey, maybe we should leave this area entirely alone so they can recognize the return of something. It's almost like y'all want to pretend to be web sleuths, but then y'all are like, I ain't ever watched an episode of CSI where people fucking return. Like law enforcement, specialized units say that, hey, I might be disrupting shit. Dumbasses. Y'all are just a helpful lot, I tell you. Weirdos and freak bags out in the world. So anyway, and I would guess, now, wildly enough, this came up in my algorithms last night, because somebody's all up in their feels about it. Okay, somewhere else in the world, about the FBI or whatever BI wanting their shit released by Google off YouTube in a certain video. They're wanting to know who all was watching. And they wanted all the shit. They wanted permission to do it. So they asked Google for that permission. Google gave them that. So somebody on YouTube's pissed. Alright. But, I would say that, and here's the thing, I know of at least one. Now, I'm getting off track a bit. A little squirrely. Thing is, I would almost guarantee you that the perpetrator or perpetrators have been watching everything on social media in a way that's different than everyone else, including the rest of us locally and shit, right? And I guarantee if the FBI or TBI, whoever else, could pull everybody's YouTube watch data for certain vids, certain things, especially, I would say this person would be super interested in certain ones of us, especially. You'd probably see them under 400 different names or accounts watching. It would link up to somebody local, that type of shit. They would revisit pieces that sort of did it for them, got them off. They'd want to know what those around that are actually like witness to something maybe and shit would say more. They'd be more likely to probably watch all the way through in certain things, right? I think that if compared, and you could easily, you could take all the channels, right, that, like, say, C&D have visited, because they're different usually than the ones that I've been on this, at least at different times, You could probably take the watch data for all those from the lives that they were actually featured on this, and from those, like, the Marlenas, and, I don't know what you can tell about Fred, but he's only really been with Ziggy and whatever, but you might be able to tell when he was on Seraphine other places. But I'd say for the most part, you'd find the live streams of all of us, or even Monstrous there featuring, and of course you're going to have locals in there, watching and doing whatever, but you would still have different timing in this era, and you would have repeat watching and the long live watching, making sure to intake all of it. I'd say that you could probably compare those channels, creators, the lives all of us have been on, who's watching them, under which counts where they come back to. I bet you could. I know the feds damn sure could if they requested it from Google. Probably quick and in a hurry and probably narrow down the pool. Now, I do know. Now, I've watched Fred and Laura watch. right? I didn't realize that's necessarily what they were doing, but as time went on, I realized that's what the fuck they'd been doing from the first days. Obviously, Dawn was super and everything, you know. I mean, we all watched everything. Me personally, I learned real quick not to watch the others. And I mean that, like, when they brought Monster out to try to trigger me, I knew why they were requiring him. He's dumb, whore don't give a fuck, money, blah, 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 etc. Right? It's all important. Plus, getting to beat the shit out of me with a giant group and make money on it, team, whatever. That's just all he's about. But anyway, um, I'm sure Whorebag watches everything. That's what I hear anyway. Um, but, you know, he wasn't interested in shivers. Me, I never did really from the beginning. From June 15th forward, there wasn't a whole lot I touched. Other neighbors and shit made me aware of newspaper pieces. I mean, and I know it doesn't make sense to people, but when you're in there and you're in that, and you're blocking a road and helicopters flying, and you've got teams of people and searchers and dogs and FBI and specialized units and TBI and state police and every county known to man, and you're busy and you're having to do this there and da 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 da. Why do I need to sleep here? Why do I need to watch Dawn on whatever? Why do I need to watch press? You know what I mean? Like, so I became aware of certain things, or yeah, and then a lot of the press conferences even I couldn't tune into. A, you don't have the bandwidth down there, and B, things that like Coop said about the laptop, and it shattered me into a million pieces, and I remember just crying, and I just it still bothers me, man. I know. Oh God, it just takes you back in time. You know, I can see him saying, and it ripped my fucking soul out. So I just didn't want to watch shit like that, especially when you're in there at night and during the day and at night when it gets a little quieter as they land and then put back up more aircraft and the breaks in between, and you're listening. You're still listening for. And then you're listening to all the weird freak bag shit like Fred being sent out by psychics, apparently to trespass on everybody's shit and probably steal their SD card and do weird fuck shit, you know, and you have Dawn running around, and you have gunshots going off, and you think everybody's dead and killed, like, you just, and all these movements and things. But you hear Coop say things like that. Well, you're still in there listening for, not when it's quiet. You're hoping. Yeah. So you just don't watch a whole lot of those things that rip your soul out. And then after a certain point, obviously, I had to deal with you freak bags coming in and out, and then Candace and Dawn having a great old fucking time. Right? Playing stupid and crazy and queuing on Wayfair and Jesus and meltdowns on social media posts, but in there laughing and chuckling and having a great fucking time like none of that happened. You're like, what the hell? You got them in there fucking fake phone calling and fucking around and misleading around, just like, right? All this shit and all these goddamn people they bought in and around the road and up on that hill, like all this shit just raining supreme, you know? Bunch of weirdos coming in and out. I guess some of the bitches like your Lindas and your Chase and everybody else and your fake feds and fucking goddamn psychics and all that crazy shit y'all some bitches did. Pretending just to mind fuck the world and fuck them out of money and whole shit. Juanita in there spraying herself down with a spritz ball, pretending she was searching, yelling, screaming at everybody, come out now and speak to me, or, you know, and doing nightly streams and deleting and swearing up down she was working. I mean, just all the shit you all did, man. And that you fooled the public with, and just how it interfered with everything in our life. It just, but you don't piece all it together till later, you know, you can't. But either way, I'm off track a little bit here. But I think all of us watch in different ways. You know, I know at least as far as one thing goes, it's not unheard of for them to actually send shit to others to have them watch. So I don't know at what level they necessarily do. Seems they're at least notified pretty quickly. I wonder by who for all the years though till they read it off the hill. Right? But anyway, yeah, but it's like Monster when you realize he comes on that's way to trigger bitch and shit. Hell, I've never even watched all those. I ain't got no need to. I don't want to. Fred, I just want to reach out, you know, lure both. Fucking bullshit. Goddamn Marlene. All, like, I just don't like listening to those. And then throughout the years, I've always been like, it's best not to actually hear them because that could contaminate what I think, feel, believe, confuse things. I'm just not, you know what I mean? So I don't really listen to others. Now, Fred listens to everybody, so I'm sure you're going to find him everywhere. Alright. But beyond all that and all the other, I mean, I'd say you're going to find somebody if you pulled all the data, compared it. Yeah. It watches differently and has throughout all the years. And made sure to hit each and every piece wide open, full out, repetitively. Probably find their name associated or their accounts. Yeah. And shit, especially the first news pieces, and all that, which I mean, obviously it goes into the bazillions, but they want to probably watch that over and over because it's the closest to the pain, right? You'd find them watching the news pieces, especially featuring certain ones. I'd about guarantee that. In a different way. You could narrow it down. I think. Anyway, that's just me though. Don't get me started on why in the hell's anybody even got to ask for permission? Because, like, I don't know, that Patriot Act and NSA, man, like, I think asking is just courtesy. you know? Like, I think it's courtesy at these points. Oh, bro. Anyway, but I do know one character that has been watching all the years, swears they've not been, does certain stuff in response to certain things on lives. Things said clearly let you know they've been watching. I'm not going to expound upon that, Ryan. It's in code. You can't understand. I guess you collected all the wrong ciphers for Jody Sue. Anyway, I heard you got like a badge from like 30 decades ago, though. So that's great. Good on all y'all for doing that. And I guess profiting off of it. Um, anyway. Oh, bless. Look at that. It's amazing. Mm, wild. Really. Anyway, shook. Shook. Shocking. Oh, I called it. Not a random. What the hell I called that? Weird where they come and play in it. Now, I do know, and I'm not necessarily going to say how currently, but others are fully aware of what's going on here, despite their adamant protests. They don't watch. But free it, right? It's weird considering first tracers were sent off there. But I know that certain live streams hold shit from where people are clearly interacting with and watching things like, so the lady doth protest too much. Alright, I hate that shit. Shit gets on my nerves. But fully aware of certain shit. Definitely trying to, quote, use some for YouTube and cash. Wildly enough, I think I was asked if I blah blah blah, right? You want to use. Really? But maybe that was a trigger bitching thing, No. I guess I could. I don't appreciate three fucking yeehaw not chosen motherfuckers using certain things as like dangly stuff, though. Trying to create a narrative that looks like Ziggy's directed people were already aware and trying to go for and building stuff up for it. A little while prior to that. And like I said, that probably goes back into the monster eating out names of people not shown in a live chat. That time Jensen and McDonough and all that. Weird shit, this group. Mm. Anyway, so, and the fuckery going on with certain folks. All oddly enough connected to the internet. Yeah. So, in the group the whole time. Right? Mm-hmm. Same group. Now, here's where I think it gets a little funny, right? And not funny, ha ha. A little funnier. Now, I believe this is the now. See, there's some things about this group works, including the beloved ICU. Yeah. Uh huh. Certain notorious events like banging on car hoods. Yeah, with Dolly and crew. ICU of the what I believe to be the fuckery with Justin. Clutch and pearls that was kicked in the teeth for fucking with and tampering with a video that Nancy Grace couldn't even stomach and yeeted off everywhere. ICU, MGL, Dolly, McDonough, Ryan. I guess you're gonna need to delete all those fucking lives where you're like, "Hi, it's you." I guess Jenny and Adrian, not to be confused with Tia1 or the other, but Krama. And all them, I guess y'all just gotta get all the links to that. But that ain't the only one, is it? No, it's just one of the more known. She can't stay out of pick me territory. All y'all gotta be doing some cleansing. Alright, now I know right now y'all trying to pull some cleansing on links about like that Jamie Wilson cleansing happened. You trying to pull it on Nita, and you trying to pull it on a few other characters that are linky links to dirty shit, but look like nothing but dope heads, criminals that law enforcement believe if they fucking turn around and try to tell on you goddamn group and the roles and shit. But anyway, here's ICU. It's sometimes we hear she's the actual sign banger, but if you pay close attention, or you did back in the day, she's actually supposedly the rake beater of the car of Eileen, who played in several other cases, yada yada. And she was actually sent in by Queen and them, I believe. Nick and Rap had fizz crank, and you know that because Nick and Fizz Crank had a food eating contest long before. That was when they did the tragedy pimp shit in Quentin Simons. You have Bullhorn, Dolly, and Cher clearly working together. Cher's pretending they ain't, while Cher's in the ear of Leilani and Billy Joe and blah blah. You also have a character in there that does a recording that also plays the political shit about like JLR and Ernie and everybody else does. It's a strange world around here. Alright, and then you've seen them attack that particular one. Did you see the lovely news footage of that one around the block's great? Her being at other protests, anyway. But yeah, but I see you here. Clearly, the police had not noticed she was beating on things too. I don't know why Sign Bitch and this one weren't taken in along with Dolly, but this one does not like being in the camera view. Old chunky red shirt and Sign did though. She was just happy to be there. But this one does not like being in that's just strange, Like it's just strange. This one. And then the outfits throughout the day, shit comes off, but anyway, that one right there has a history in all the cases. All of them. Alright? And as you can see, there she is with Dolly screaming at Eileen, and they planned and scripted. They couldn't set up an actual physical altercation between Billy Joe and Leilani, which is what was supposed to happen. So, because they got her out of there, and somebody probably got word of that and got them out of there. So they scripted this shit into existence with Eileen. They all knew it and were in on it. Here's ICU, supposedly, right? With her little rake. Somehow, wildly enough, she wasn't arrested today. But yeah, gotta love it. Anyway, yeah, whole rake, whole nine is great, right? Now, I don't know. Take your pick, right? Is it red shirt hood banger? I don't know. But this one is the one called ICU by MGL and others. Love it. So anyway, now, ICU, also known as Tennessee, ICU in Tennessee, Amanda, about 400 other fucking names, ICU has a fucking habit. In these open and active, high-profile cases, they own certain. This is not her first go-round, ain't her last. She's somewhere between 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 45, for all we know. Now, ICU has had a habit that I've watched. You hear me, ICU? And that I have proof of. You hear me? Do you hear me? Of hitting up everybody in Beach Creek and the community. Alright? Now ICU obviously has her little gloved hands right up the ass of Nana. Alright? But ICU also has her little gloved hands right up the ass of McDonough and Justin and everybody else, really. Ryan, anybody will have her. Whatever. Adrian and Jenny of the Crumb and Gavel, respectively. The group, the whole nine. The Pennies, the Scotts, everybody. Yeah. So anyway, ICU, though, has had a habit. Around here locally, we all trade bingo cards. We're like, shit, has ICU hit you up yet? Like, go fish, bitch. Now, some of the locals choose to fuck with ICU entirely. Just lead that bitch around in circles. See what comes out. I guess Tracer style. You just never know what happens. They have this habit of that. Because they know what the fuck and who the fuck, and they have enough sense not to fuck around with her or this group on any real level. And just feed them garbage. If anything, and the best thing you can ever do with them motherfuckers is be like, fuck you, and I ain't responding, don't message me again, motherfucker. It's the best thing you can ever do with this crew. Or anybody who wildly enough messages you and tells you they're gonna do the best for Little Somervilles. They full of shit. So anyway, here's the thing. ICU has a habit that we've all watched. Beach Creek and then about 3 surrounding counties. The bitch can't stay out of nobody's inbox. And eventually everybody, especially witnesses, those this group deems as or can hunt down, ICU just appears. We wait on the next. Like, look, I know others here locally have tested this theory. Like, yeah, anyway. So, and you'll see it coming out in this group. Right? But ICU is well known to the community and surrounding counties as a fucking piece of shit, at least for those who have common goddamn sense. Alright. But we're always like, hey, did you get that Go Fish Bingo ICU card yet? Right? It happens. Everybody gets an ICU. It's like Oprah fucking Winfrey. You got an ICU, and you get an ICU. And then there's about 40 other characters like her. Don't make any mistake about that. But ICU is one of the most notorious. Now, ICU's dumbass here. She has a can't stay hidden web sleuth problem. As well. There's just one time I sent a picture of Justin. I was like, pretty plum, and then ICU couldn't help her little self. She's like a pissing Pomeranian with a cheese wrapper type of thing. Oh, yeah, that was good times. Anyway, she does shit. ICU gets up shit. And if you're one of the community around here that share the amazing ICU shit, well, you can see the ICU throughout the years has tried to trigger bitch about like, oh, I don't know, Parasite and PA and others. It's a tactic with this group, right? They trigger bitch, mostly psychological, whatever. They tell you people said things that they, whatever, right? All kinds of shit. She does okay. She tries it, okay? But ICU has a habit of dropping pebbles throughout all the years to many in and around the community. That is wrong info, not accurate, full online, making people believe or trying to make them believe that certain things are true or from official, all this other shit around Summer's case. Now, what happens if you're doing that type of ICU shit and many of these luxurious critters like PA and others is that you contaminate that thing. Okay? And here's how. Here's how that fucks up shit. Because when you have those motherfuckers, like the Emmas, the ICUs, the PAs, etc., the Mulberry, all the... Oh, yeah, and that's another one they're trying to get the fuck rid of with some old regurgitated shit that's involving Taylor right now. It's another one trying to yeet the fuck off like Link, Jamie, style. It's fine. But whatever. If y'all want to buy that ICU's drum, you go for it. So anyway, here's how this works. When you got people fucking around like these critters, and they're not natural to the environment, okay? They're not like other neighbors, talking neighbors, sharing knowledge, etc., right? You have an outsider purposefully dropping shit that's not accurate, not from first person, lying, misleading, trying to, at the same time they're having conversations with neighbors or witnesses or whatever the fuck it is, they're also trying to pull information. You see, that way they can go further and burrow and do this and touch that and do whatever. But then what they do is they then leave behind garbage that then other neighbors could repeat, believe wrongly, others in the community, surrounding counties could believe this, the other. It starts rumors, shit, makes them think a different way than sticking with what they know to be true or from those they know they can believe. It creates distance between people. It might not, be better to not have that between so that they talk, so maybe, something real and genuine and a real key or something falls loose, if not for y'all's fucking interference, right? like that. So it creates mistrust, doubt, fucks around with everybody's shit, which is fuck y'all care, right? Y'all just out here to help little summer whales. It's out for y'all. And there ain't a damn bit of it about summer and ain't never been. Point is that you contaminate. A lot of it's intentional. Y'all have learned throughout all these cases, y'all have, quote, worked. You used to go with the natural flow of things, didn't you? Then at some point there, not long before some reason, y'all started learning that if you destroyed and could overturn and do things cases, it made y'all have a lot more money as a crew. And there is absolute, without a doubt, beyond any reasonable doubt, proof that all of you all do work together in some manner, some way, etc., in these things. Over and over again. Now, McDonough himself can say toolbag if used correctly. I don't call using a bunch of con artists criminal motherfucking extreme junkie in the middle of fucking addiction. All this other shit. Motherfuckers with more criminal records who are real stalkers, abusers, pedophiles, all this shit. A toolbag, sir. To go real life into extremes on people. I don't call that a toolbag. And I say that because half the fucking tool bag held wrenches in McDonald's room till he's like, whoops, that's being called. I better get rid of that. Oh, and then wait, Moselle comes up and then the group, the same ones holding wrenches, get up to shenanigans with her and whoop, better use that evidence. And oh, and then lately, with the hog farm piece, when it was Josh something, you went whole like equestrian group. I caught that, sir. The hell? You trying to change shit? Somebody's changing shit. I don't think so, sir. I say, sir, it's just, it's what you're supposed to do. Not because I mean it. Anyway. So, I see you, right? It's made a grand effort. Or no, I wouldn't say effort. Yes. Along with many others. Right? In this group, she's contaminated and fucked with, impeded, hindered, every fucking by what she's done and how she's done it. Now, I can tell you one of those moments is absolutely concerning Van Halen shit. Lately, and in the last few months especially, I know this to be true. Fact. Fact. Okay? Now here's my problem with this. Is the ICU links around, links this. Now, when you have an ICU running around, throwing out shit, conversing with others who may buy her shit and think they're really helping Summer as a community member, neighbor, witness, or otherwise, and then they just keep giving and doing whatever and selling all the rest of it, and keeping it so that it goes right back to ICU and all this group and everything. I mean, what you have is, and that's the thing, like I said, what if somebody in the group, in the core, the first ones to appear, what if they or someone else responds? I mean, these son of bitches don't know who the fuck they're talking to. Nobody does, right? How do you know when you're giving it to certain folks in the team and otherwise, and y'all are back there like discordant and everything else 6 calls deep that the perpetrator or perpetrators or someone hiding them isn't listening in order to get around everything? You don't. Or maybe you do. Maybe you do, and you don't care. But what you have is what I see and others do create shit in people's minds, especially if they're more susceptible or spongy to that. And Lord knows this place uses the same tactics and propaganda as politics these days. And certain people are more susceptible to it. But you drop certain shit, certain doubts, certain this, wrong information, that. Well, then you get a whole community that flows back through like the tin can game, right? And then suddenly you have shit appearing that never was, and people know they didn't see, and this there, and all kinds of shit. And then half of that shit leads to, bullshit calls in Delhi, everything else. It may mislead or lead police or law enforcement feds in the wrong direction, and maybe intentionally so. I don't know. You have to wonder about some motherfuckers and their whole trying to drive a square and circle together. There's some areas that's pretty goddamn notorious for that. But damn, if you're working off that script somebody built, the one that's featured in the "Hey Dear, Don't Fuck with Cats" people, right? Well, you got a problem. You got one, and this place clearly admits if anybody ever fucking listens close enough to yours, half this shit is quote script and planned, and it's catchable in every fucking case they're in. If you just pay attention, it's the same song and dance. Okay, unfortunately, a lot of the public's eyes, they come through, they catch clips, they do this, they do that. They're, gullible, they don't believe others calling them. And it's in every case. You will find a witness, a neighbor, somebody calling these same motherfuckers out along with law enforcement and feds and telling you this is exactly what this group's doing and that they always target someone, they always do shit, try to formulate all this crap. And yet the public's taught to believe that, no, it's poor little tragedy pimp, fucking criminals in a ring, eating money around the whole globe, laundering, blackmailing, doing all these criminal shit, crypto and hiding, whatever. That's telling the truth, not law enforcement or the neighbors or witnesses, and no, they're all just liars. Somehow, wildly enough, even the parents of the missing or murdered are telling you and calling this shit out and trying to get changes on laws, and y'all just like, no, the poor tragedy pimps, those that are nameless, just pieces of shit out there found the perfect feeding pool and barrel to shoot fish in over here, make money on being an abuser instead of going to jail like they would if they're doing it in real life still or whatever caught for it. You know what I mean? It's a predator's playground over here. There's a great deal many watching. There's a great deal many. Most of your fucking creators in quote true crime are absolute predators, abusers, and criminals, motherfuckers. They are the fucking crime. Y'all think nobody knew about Arctic Fox long before the predator shenanigans shit, which, by the way, law enforcement advises, and they wish everybody would goddamn stop because it actually keeps people from being prosecuted. You think none of you motherfuckers knew it? Seriously, y'all ain't doing background checks? Oh, hell no. Give me a fucking break with this shit. And every one of some bitches that are pretending, bro, give me a break. Or like separating like they didn't have nothing to do with Arctic over all the years. And boy, I tell you what, it's like that as an example. You got to think all these creators, all of them, were like playing tack preschool version of detective in their little groups. That did include Arctic Fox. And boy, ain't that everybody. That's from, White Boy to Jinkies to hell, they were even over Parasites. Arctic was everywhere. And boy, you see what the fuck that motherfucker had to say about us over all the years. Son of a bitch. But back behind the scenes, they're always sharing info and the details and people's pictures and addresses and info and looking up and shit. Right? How much do you think got shared of private lives or people? That's a predator, dude. And it ain't the first one caught in this group. Is it? Fuck no, it ain't. What do they always do? They were racist, pretend like it never existed, like they didn't know, like, oh my gosh, they're shocked, like everybody's suddenly being a years long junkie and them hiding it and shit, and their lives going on until it's time to use it, and then they'll out it and get rid of somebody when that's time, like they did Cam and Alley. So, Arctic and all these predators over all the years, think about what they've been given or shared with this group about you all as subs and watchers or soap buyers or anything like that, as ordering from Ziggy, all these things that are in the background for the creators who play in the team. How many pictures of people's children went to Arctic? I know mine did that this group uses and all. Obviously. And then you got to think about shit like that being given to people like that. Right? Or where they can look up certain things. They can hide their predatory nature and actually keep from being found longer because they're like, oh, I'm a YouTube true crime person, so that's why I'm looking up all the kitties. I'm just interested in helping all the kitties and the women that are vulnerable. But actually, they're getting information. And think about it. You trusted Arctic, along with several of these other predators around here that have been outed from this group of years, right? Enough to be subs, members, this, the other. What is it to look up your info? Find out you're a vulnerable person, victim of something else makes you more vulnerable. Single mom with children, and then you trust this. It's a perfect predatory playground over here, y'all, and it should make you terrified. And then these creators, I every time I hear these fucking creators swear up and down that they should be kept anonymous because danger to them. It makes me fucking sick. You know why? Because if you have common sense, you realize a lot of predators make their way to this true crime genre because it's the perfect place to do shit like that, hidden in this book. I'm a true crimer. That's why I'm looking up all the stuff on the kids or on dark web, or I'm doing this, or I'm a web sleuth in my spare time. It's a perfect goddamn playground. It's also a way to, wildly enough, while they're being predatory, to make fucking fortunes on it. Okay? Many monsters here do that. I mean, like, seriously. Of all varieties. Whether it be they're abusive to their families, children, their girlfriends, their addicts, whatever. They do it, man. But I keep telling you, I mean, you're also going to have an abundance of predators coming to this area because they know that most of the audience is female. They're going to have children. They're going to have this. Most women are, I hate to say victims, but victims, survivors, fighters of some kind in their lifetime, whether it be, SA or domestic violence. This area, you're going to have some sort of, for the most part. Um, and a lot here have lost children. They're vulnerable in emotional and psychological ways. Abusers know those pamphlet style and how to pull people in. It's tell as old as time, but they can predate upon you as subs members. You say too much about personal life, or they look you up, or they get and they can do that even without you saying. And they can target people and like really come do something to women or children, at their own, and like, who the fuck would not, like, do you see them saying how dangerous this place actually is? You're also going to have predators coming here for the same reason that watch this type of shit as jerk off material. They're going to enjoy watching missing and murdered children and women and the vulnerable, and it's going to be like, you know, material for them. Do you understand? So inside of these chats and things are predators watching you from bushes or otherwise. There's also helpful little criminal, helpers in the chats that are meant to tag team y'all with these creators. They're the pebble barkers and all that shit too. They drop the little shit, the narratives, the propaganda as well under 400 names. We've been through this for years, but I mean, I've told y'all time and time again. But it's, how much do you think? Like, it's so dangerous here, even for y'all as watchers, and subs and members. It is. And a lot cannot recognize that what they're looking at when they're looking at, some of these creators is full on fucking predators and abusers. Is astounding to me. And broken, absolutely broken, y'all people, and a lot of the female creators, I will tell you, been somehow irrevocably broken, and I hate to use that word, by whatever's happening in life, and then they turn into extreme abusers too. They enjoy it. They also go and gear towards protecting men or those, like their first or worst abusers and things like that, and or loving predators. There's something weird about that. It's got like at least a K Flavor Flav to it. And others here. Make no mistake about that. Because there are several female creators that do that shit. Anyway, I will tell you that what I see you, and I'll get back on that subject. Actually, let me go get some ice real quick. All right, I'll be right back. No. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I know it. I know. You're not going out, bro. You're not. I don't know what to do. It ain't happening. Don't look at me like that. It ain't happening. No, sir. Buddy, you want a treat? I have treats. They have catnip. Will they calm you down? Any? At all? A little? It ain't happening, buddy. I'm sorry. Poor thing. Poor thing. Okay. Bougie. Get off my bougie. Get off that. Alright, guys. So, I'm sorry. He's so mad at me. So, anyway, I see you there. Okay? Here's the problem. I see with this. Well, one of the many. Okay? When you have someone like I see or others dropping pebbles throughout the community, narratives even, false shit, possibly, making people go, well, wait, And I'll say, well, you start fucking with people on this scale, right? You could potentially contaminate what they know to be true, make them self-doubt, do all these other things. It also drives, you can easily drive a narrative that way, right? To start formulating a story or whatever on the ground level, right? That could mislead or do shit or intentionally or otherwise, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's weird what something that small kicked into many little things could do, right? Evil pebbles, evil pebbles, right? That's how it works. Mm-hmm. At least for this group, and that's what it's doing. Um, I've seen several instances of this from what those like I see you have done. I've watched them be things in the background of this group and then be said by one of them to neighbors, locals, etc., and that become community whispers and know that what's being said never happened, ain't true, But the community suddenly believes it, and they all think it's naturally occurring. They don't realize that it came from some dipshit like I see or others. So then that gets put into play locally, and then people start looking this way, looking that way, doing whatever, right? Which is the wrong thing, you know. Do you see how that can fuck up shit? I do. I do. That's why I've always been like, hey, y'all, tragedy pimps suck. Dear locals, fucking neighbors, other witnesses, don't be fucking with them. Don't be doing it. Some don't heed that advice. That's everybody's own choice. However, the weird thing is, okay, one of them, oh God, one of them, recently, I know certain things were yeeted off of Van Hill through certain channels, straight to Ziggy and Fred. Mm-hmm. According to some, it was several things to see who did X, Y, Z with what. Okay? I don't buy that bullshit. But some people knew exactly where it was going to go. I think that some people throughout the years, have been doing their own seating version with neighbors, locals, putting out bullshit, saying loud shit to get attention on. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck some characters are doing. I know they're built much all the same, uh, genetically and otherwise. Some are just better at what they do than others. Sometimes. Anyway, that in and of itself is a little worrisome, quite frankly, and that somebody on some level was pre-paved to fuck around with certain folks. But also, I think there's a real level of fear in there and anger. I can say that because I've seen it flash across eyes in person. Also, still one of the only ones I've ever seen do or say some crazy shit to me out of all the years. Oh, yeah. I don't know what the fuck that's about. That's up to somebody else to decide, I guess. Well, shit. So, anyway. Uh, and then for it to be fully like, fuck that group and crew, etc., but then end up certain places, especially as wrapping their asses around Monster Dick Boy. I'll tell you what. You know, I tell you what. But anyway, we also have another example in here of the ICU fuckery, alright? Because I believe ICU and others were involved in that. Okay? Which, I don't know, Zig, Fred, pretending to call out certain folks tonight. That's odd. Ryan, anybody? Fucking shenanigans. I call shenanigans. Now, here's the thing. Recently, right? Very recently, right? I see you. Something else your bitch ass is connected with. I've known for years. Got all kinds of proof of it. Yep. Oh, yeah. So the other day, I don't know, hell, time feels different. What are you doing, Brownie? I got a visitor. Hello. No. I know I'm yelling at the people, but I swear I'm not angry and I'm okay. I'm not having a stroke, heart attack. It's alright. I'm good. Say, but Mommy, your blood pressure just been okay today. I can feel it. I'm just here to offer my services as a kitty. Lord bless. Oh my god. crazy. So anyway. Oh, my goodness. Alright, sir. I was just getting to the good part. I was just, nobody wants to see your butts. Don't put your tail up. Nobody needs all that. See, nobody needs all that. I think that's like banned on all of YouTube. Lord of mercy. Show people your butt. That's terrible, sir. Nobody wants that. See, you. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody. Anyway, where'd you even come from? Hmm? I guess you were napping somewhere, huh? Did you make your room? Okay. I don't know where the hell you were at. I'm gonna assume in my bedroom, bathroom, wherever you at. Whatever, buddy. They're quicker than I am. So anyway, tell them. Say hi. Oh, you're making me itch too. Oh no. Oh, you're rather okay. Fine. Fine. Have it your way. But don't act like I'm yelling at you. Alright. So recently, this weird shit happens. Okay? Right, I see you. I bet it does. I bet ICU knows exactly what I'm talking about. I'm gonna bet several other community members do as well. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe people are in their feels lately. Just whatever. Oh, I hope I don't think the other night was a thing like tennis. Anyway, so thing is, okay. A few nights ago, I was asked some things, right? They involved trying to figure out, I don't know, there's some stuff around Monster. I was like, no, nope. But this had to do with a certain person, right? But it was basically, when it boils down to it, also mentioning Monster's relations, right? It's like, no, that's weird. But also seemed to me like maybe certain characters trying to hunt down Monster. Now, despite how I feel about everything, I try to keep that dumb fuck from harm still. I don't know why, but I do. Anyway, but also this shit was entirely wrong. And I also knew these people knew better than that being true. So I knew it was being, and then shit did add up pretty quickly and all the things. Okay? It's like, but these people know better. The hell is this? And I was like, oh, this is ICU. That's what the fuck this is. This is the group. Fucking around. Then what do I see? Ziggy, Fred, you motherfuckers. What do I see? What do I motherfucking see? I see your very, very loudly, go back to doing what you've been doing. You're so good at it. And every piece you put out's targeting JSB. Ziggy, motherfucker, troll cunts. Right, Ziggy? Hmm? Yeah, you remember that one? And the cohort of that one that also inspected Scott locally, supposedly. So anyway. You know, what do I see? Well, I see within a day or two, those motherfuckers targeting Monsters, people. With, relatives and such. Ain't that odd? I see you, Ziggy, Fred, I don't know. Ain't that odd? I think it is. it's about as odd as when, how many months ago was it that I was on live and I was watching Ziggy's live, and Ziggy was trying to pull up because somebody in chat was like, "Oh, I've tried to look up Jess Bean's records and I can't find it." And then Ziggy's like, "I tried to look them up too and I can't find them. Goodness!" I'm like, "What the fuck are y'all even doing after this many years trying to look that shit up?" Now I will tell you, luckily for me, I'd had to have certain things not long before that, so I had been over to the state websites they're on, right? And local websites. They were just fine, intact, exactly as they were the last time I seen them, right? Now, the only change that had been ever made to those motherfuckers over the years was that they split them all into four instead of one when certain laws were enacted on it. So that it looks like it's whatever and it's only the one. So whatever, right? Because I lost my shit about that. Called the whole DA about it. I was like, "Bitch, what the fuck?" And they explained that to me. It was during the Obama era. So then the one charge looks like extra, it's all stupid. But I don't care. The point is, when I went, I was like, I was on here. I was on live. Do y'all remember it? Just a couple months ago. And I let it sort of sift itself out, made others aware, obviously. But during that live, I was like, bullshit, because I was going to call her out for live. And I looked and I'd searched the way I always had for myself. And I was like, what the fuck? Couldn't find me. I was like, well, I'll put in Masters. No, he wasn't there either. Like, now what the hell? Then I got wise. Not long after, I realized I could put up under the search criteria myself in a different way. And there it was. It did appear. But the great thing about this is, Dare County it's in, and feds. The great thing about this is the records had been changed. And I see that. I think, online tonight. So, I'm like, what the fuck? Now, why in the hell did Ziggy mention it after a pebble dropper in her chat? Makes the, it's the buffer system, we'll say, right? Why are they even looking for it? It's so strange. So, but these things have been changed, right? It says, at first it was like, not guilty, and then other things. I'm like, but wait, somebody without a brain did this, had to, right? And then I thought, man, is law enforcement are they fucking with me? And I was like, no way. They ain't gonna do this. And see if it suddenly looks like a record, like it doesn't exist, or you were let off of something or whatever. It helps drive a narrative, don't it, folks? The same one y'all been trying to drive for years to try to get people fucking killed. I believe it might. So then, what's great, it seems like whoever did this didn't have the sense God gave a goddamn goose. And here's why I say that. Because, you see, without being found guilty in one place, it couldn't have then went on to Superior. You fucking geniuses. Duh. And then what do you find in the Superior? Well, what you find is that it's also like refusal to prosecution. I go, fuck it was. What? Whole thing's all tampered with. Fucked with, right? After I get off live, I'm like, wait a minute. I know I had the screenshots proving it was just fine a couple weeks ago, but now this. And only after Ziggy was all like, with the buffer and the purposeful pebble drop, so others would look it up, and then what might they think? Oh, look, it looks like GSB and Monster were let off certain. The fuck? Right? And if you're not a genius and you've not carried a record or something, then you might believe that that's what that is. Right? If you didn't have the common goddamn sense to know that one ain't possible without the other. Can't be not guilty in one and then no whatever. And then if it was not prosecuted, If it was not guilty in one, it wouldn't move to the second. And if it was not prosecuted in the second, there it wouldn't even exist online for you to look up, you goddamn super geniuses. Alright? So anyway, but for the first time ever, I had to look it up under different criteria to even get that far. So then, but most people would have put in their names as they are and would have never gotten to this. So it would have looked like they weren't even there. But something obviously had changed. Now, I recorded myself doing this process in real time, etc. Da, da, da. And then what fucking happens? Okay? After I sort of hint, wink at it, shit. Well, I guess something's fucked there. But what happens is I also go to the federal websites. One of you fucking geniuses, one of you, some of you, a group of you, I don't know who the fuck. I guess it'll be for feds and the county and state to figure out who in the hell access systems. I won't it. And I ain't crazy. I got fucking proof of it, homie. Live and in real time. And how the events took place. And that Ziggy seemed to be the first to do whatever in the pebble drop in her chat. I wonder if that pebble drop can be tracked down to a real person doing real shit. I don't know. It's a buffer system, right? So then, I go on, I access federal websites. Oh, mine and Monster's still just as it's supposed to be. So somebody couldn't quite access those systems or didn't have the balls. Now, the only way certain systems could have been accessed, state-wise, is if somebody held a state job, or in one of these goddamn courthouses and had access to something, or they hacked into shit. But that they lacked common sense to change it in a common sense way. I mean, yeah, in one way it was no longer searchable, so it looked like our shit was gone. Which could have been the intention, because then it makes it look like, look, what we're trying to get murder of all you. Look, there's nothing there. Right? What the fuck? But if you search this under different ways, that's what it got you, right? And then what's wild is new shit starts appearing that I'd never even heard of, never even seen. Now, this is after I give the hint drop over here that I know what the fuck they've done. Somebody goes back in and tries to change this shit back. Last I knew, they couldn't quite manage that. Didn't look like. Nope. Didn't look like at all. They didn't quite unfuck what they fucked with. Then, it gets better. Because suddenly, new shit appears that I've never even seen or heard of before. Never even happened, as far as I know. Like, I wasn't even included in it. Now I'm there in it. What the hell is that about? But then who's the first again to put out little targeted videos that Ziggy directed them to? That's right. That'd be a D's nuts and a nature lover and all that, right? Nature's a fucking wuss bag. So, who have been targeting and tampering since the Scott H days with Ziggy and everybody else. So anyway, the point is, the one that Ziggy is openly continuing to tell to get back to what they're doing, which is basically JSB bullshit propaganda content. Which is pretty goddamn dangerous when you consider who that lunatic fucking Fruit Loop meth head is. Yeah, who just got out of jail again, prison again, actually. Back at it. So whatever, right? And they've been trying to trigger bitch me for months. I ain't even fucking paying attention to it. I'm sure it'll flick its bean over a mention tonight. But that's who Ziggy, as we know, has been. Hey, get back to what you were doing. At that time period, they wait a bit. But then, guess who starts out and shit I've never even seen before? And the records and shit again, hitting back up. Oh, that one. Just like the other day, it went after Monster and his family with records. But only after it looks like I see this group of playing with certain neighbors and other witnesses around Summer's case that were asking me weird shit to do with certain things. That then might be put together piecewise with what Ziggy and him been doing months ago. And then what gets even weirder, folks, is that, I don't know, in the last few months or something, some people off of Van Hill might have ended sentences weirdly with, they correlated, I think, with Ryan's, live that I hadn't watched, or video or something about that domestic violence. She got away from the abuser and then vanished off the mountain. That one. They used it, I think, to play on, and then be like, well, and try to make me believe that girl was taken for safety reasons or whatever, And I believe that sentence ended with, well, I guess it's who you owe. And it didn't make any sense. I don't know, it seems like a whole script's being built around here. Just like every other case. I don't think that certain people could come up and down roadways and plan on that shit in person. Without it being overtaken necessarily. I mean, I guess there's all types of monsters that can figure out how to use this room real quick, like hide, lie, create chaos, cash, all the shit. I mean, hell, ain't that what Leilani and a few others did too? With y'all? Yeah. Guilty as fuck there. Either way, and I mean, we know that, hell, even Dawn. Dawn out here to the real media and real journalists going, big bad YouTuber, destroyed the life. But behind the scenes, he's licking white boy who he really detests. Asshole, man, we're so thankful, otherwise we'd already be fucking arrested. See? Or whatever the fuck it was. Or however he said it. The thing is, them fucking bastards, they do just be doing it. And because they be afraid of it, I mean, it's just whatever. Arrests, even if they aren't guilty, just because of how goddamn guilty they look. You never can tell, but either way, monsters are monsters, man, of all varieties. And they figure out how to use this room real quick, especially in this place. Will cleanse them and make it all buttoned up and give them cash-free monsters just like they're fucking monsters, those creators, and little pebbles, and the dirty little ICUs, and the parasites, and whatever else. So anyway. Oh, and I did want to put in that time period around the records change. Y'all remember when, I believe that was near the era of Zig had a meltdown about supposedly being an actor in the channel and all that. Oh my god, you all right? And then these AI channels, all these start being brought up. Ryan's doing weird shit. I think she blamed it on Ryan and all that. Yeah. Weird shit that. So anyway, and then those AI channels obviously were not conglomerating all the data input and pumping shit out. They were only going with what certain creators were doing, which tells you that they are creator based and intentional and pumping out narrative and content, and certain creators here have control of what's going into those AI channels, and they are absolutely creators in this core group. Otherwise, it'd be just some goofy AI channel intaking and inputting everything from across the web, not the narrative being driven by this same group. I don't know. People are dumb. They just don't realize what, I don't know. But then Fred and Ziggy are the ones that actually put eyes on that and have the history on, oh, it's a good channel. Fred says, but then it's bad. But then Ziggy's channel gets taken and run. Right? Alright, anyway. So all that happens in there. In that period too. But here's the problem. Alright? As I see it. All these things attach back to Nana and crew. Where do you think all that shit has been going and coming from for all these years? Or I'd probably even ask 110, like, y'all, like, I was gonna say I'd ask them if they're fucking stupid, but don't answer that. What if everything given to Nainer and the crew was going outward, went back to McDonough and team otherwise? Or to help someone embedded in all that or enmeshed that's responsible for hiding the perpetrators. That way they could keep diverting law enforcement and creating false shit or kicking in wrong doors or anything else. You know, it's the potential of that. And, you know, it's the building of that. And Lord, I'd say as time goes on, what you will see is and I think it's already happened in at least 1 to 2 other cases that have went under the radar in a way, but they're high profile too. But you know, if they can get some clout from quote solving one, but actually building a script around it and making it come to fruition, let's say, boy, couldn't that get them some silver play buttons and monetary gain and all that, right? Maybe a TV special or two or a documentary. And oh, wait, who's after the documentaries right here? Nana, Jenny, Adrian, Jason, Molly, Justin, Mallory, right? All of them. Yeah, they did that repeatedly. Over and over. Tried to get documentaries on summer, you know, all that. Still are, as far as I'm aware. Remember Ziggy's meltdown about somehow, wildly enough, she became psychic for the first time ever, despite her illustrious other second channel. Tarot cards bullshittery. Ziggy had a sudden fucking meltdown over there. Y'all remember it? Total U-Haul. On Nana and everybody. Oh no, you mean the Nana she's now targeting? Oh no, in this cycle to bring views to shit between her and Ryan, pretend threatening each other. Oh no, you mean she was like, you and Nana and everybody else, you're gonna have the documentary and you're gonna make Fred the bad guy and Andy the good guy and you're gonna leave him out and all this shit. Wait, what? What? Oh my god. And then that eats out of existence and then Ziggy comes on and apologizes like, I'm calling Vincent! Which, wildly enough, I found out some shit there. When shit started going wonky a while back, I started looking at certain things. And though it's changed now, initially it looks like Vincent's husband's email attached to certain shit down there on Van Hill. That's odd. You mean the Vincent of the billboards? The Vincent of the fuckery? The tray shit? The Vincent of the set-up-y Cayman Alley shit when lockdown and Cher got him up on it? No. I don't know. I don't know why it looks like hubby's account would be attached to certain shit. Maybe it was accidental twisting or something. Hard telling that. Now, you know, the weird part is, the weirdest of it all, and this is a major issue for me, is because during a certain period, people were made aware of certain contacts quite a few years ago. Looks like certain people were also pre-paved in case that happened. That is weird. That's still one of the things I'm just stuck on. But then, as you can see last year, things build into a crescendo of shittery. But you have all the steps in between there. People becoming aware of certain contacts, and then suddenly, this horseshitter. But it was slow rolling. You have Jensen, McDonough, back at Andy playing in it, chat shit, this shit, that shit, two brothers, this, that, and there being hunted, tree, all the shit, right? What the hell? And then for stuff to end up there, like, but the one tell is that, I mean, one of the majors is the shit that happened in my chat with Monster or Whorebag, whatever, because I'm telling you, he was a little confused about it all and made aware that he was over here for at least one. But mentioning names of people that weren't even shown tells me somebody was already doing something down there. Something, something dark side, folks. But I'll tell you right now, this shit between, and I guarantee I ain't listened to Zigmeister, and I wasn't even aware that it'd come live. I was made aware of Ryan's fuckery and threats, and I assume that's actually geared towards other people, not that one. Like, where were you threatening her when she was mentioning Nanner the other 400 times? Right? Y'all think about that 2+2 shit. It don't add up. And he has to know that is of no legal soundness, right? Especially when Ziggy and Nanner have connected before and Nanner again. I mean, like, come on. You have to know better. So this reeks to me. Alright? I don't know what old T1MS has done tonight, but I would say it's more about, hey, let's see if, I don't know, let's see if we can bait other things out, see what's up, because we're curious, we're concerned, still know about type of shit. But, like I said, I am holding an abundance of shit back here. Believe it or not. So I guess they can try to wrap this up, get ahead of it, whatever. I think it's going to get better from here forward. Or it'll all just go silent. Nobody will speak about it. That's cool too. I don't give a shit either way. But, you don't find it funny? Where was the threat like a month ago or something? Right? I know they went silent on it after certain people appeared. Maybe more than a month ago. I don't know. Time's weird. But, where were all the threats then from Ryan? Not for her to mention blah blah blah. Yeah, it didn't exist. This seems rather hinty or something. Ah, God. Hopefully Serafina will grace all of us, including Ryan, with another pin or something. Must be code. Shit, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I just find some shit very suspect. Very much so. And the goddamn links between community shit and shit being sent back to in between Pebbles and through Pebbles, like ICU and back and forth and Sarah to Nana, Crew, McDonough, everybody else around the blocks, you know, and then being in touch with real locals, neighbors, witnesses, changing the trajectory of scripting, right, doing whatever the fuck they're doing. I find it real concerning. I find it real concerning that I find a spot full of predators, people being charged, all this crazy shit, right? That all relate back to the last name. Now, not all. You're gonna find some, like they did a while back, that are not of that, but have the same name, except for middle initial. And so I guess you know whatever. But anyway, yeah, I just find it strange the connections, you know, throughout all the years, decades, etc. This shit occurring, the receipts, because make no mistake, that ain't the only one. All the connectors, all the things being tongue bitten, not said, including, you know what's weird to me? I had something tell me that, you know, and to pretend they didn't know who a certain person was, which I also find weird considering they were the first really hunted and fucked with and wanted, etc., by this group and by Green Eyes. But see, Monster's not aware of all that. Um, but it seems to be ordering the red truck. Seems like some people are real fucking worried about that red truck. But somebody lately pretended they didn't even know those people, didn't even want to admit it, and then finally did. But the thing is, then also swearing there's no reason for anybody to be in and around or coming into. But that's not true. And there's real receipts of why and how and all that was happening throughout years. And then, relations. Relations. Mm-mm. So anyway, you know, it seems to me that certain characters locally have been using this realm to especially go after red truck shit. And it's wild to me that others internet show anger and all these other things. Pretend to not have knowledge then do and then have to admit certain things. Like, it's just weird. It's just weird. But problem is you got tragedy pimp tampering on it. Right? Absolutely. Now the point of that absolute insertion does matter. Um, it does. However, from years ago, I can tell you something was definitely, because see, it rings in the ears, that high profile and trouble and things to worry about and up your way, that type of thing. And that's called, my ears say that's pre-paving. Somebody locally probably stopped in person and said some things or did some things, and some of us just didn't think things about it for years. Now I wonder what local or person did that. Or was this person already playing and using this group, or maybe pushing shit out to other neighbors or locals? Yeah, weird sounding shit. Saying certain shit. Wanting eyes on certain ones of us. Using this realm and neighbors who maybe didn't even know what the fuck they were doing. Or whispering certain shit to people they knew would whisper certain shit. Or be fucking around with these tragedy pimps that then got shit looking everywhere else but at them or whoever or whatever, you know. Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time around here. Would it? But anyway, somebody did some pre-paving from years ago. I don't know. Thing is, even after or during tragedy pimp insertion, you see, there are very real things in it that cannot be faked, scripted, bullshitted away, cannot be excused. And a lot of that's because a lot of us have known each other for our whole lives, or most of them. We can see the anger flashes and the worm crawling behind the eyes. Even if it's just split seconds, we can hear it in voices, tones. We can see or hear them being treated or other things. You know, we can hear other neighbors, locals, witnesses, like, suddenly change their whole tune and pretend ignorance of certain shit that you know damn. And that's always like the cue. It's like, fuck. Oh, I get it. Now, Trish is pretty bad about that shit, too. That's how you can always tell you're about 6 discords deep with shit. They always trying to cleanse their own buttholes and then feigning they don't blah blah blah, and then suddenly being ignorant of shit if you mention it because they don't want that shit mentioned because they know they tied to it, or, you know, they want to pretend they don't know nothing, right? And that way it's not caught by the critters or the discords or the sleuthers back there they're working with, or those like ICU and shit, right? But to us, when we hear that, we're like, wait, hold on, did you just change everything we know about each other locally and as friends or XYZ through all the years or shit that you know I goddamn well know, bitch. And you've told me something, all of a sudden you're like, oh, what? See, it's always like, oh, god damn it, they're playing. They doing it. What the hell? You know? It's usually how you can tell other locals or neighbors have went to the tragedy pimp dark side. And they're being paid or fucked with or fucking around. That's your cue. They've all went rabid. Yeah. When they cleanse their own selves, all of a sudden whole lives change. Like, what? Ah, fuck. Yeah, that's generally how it goes. My favorites when they come up, when they're not in the Discords or doing whatever with the ICs and they're like them and whatever in this group. And like when they're on calls, do whatever, and they're trying to do all the things for the little group. Like, it's done around certain dope houses that Candace and Fred and others like to visit down this way, especially, I guess, on June 15th, according to Fred. You know, and things. Now, don't that connect on my shit. But the point is, um, and I find it weird. I'm sure, no, it don't matter. But anyway, thing is, you find weird shit. You know, it's like, certain motherfuckers around certain periods that are absolutely. Now here's the thing. They'll be on a call with me or something, right? They'll call me, message me. Much like T and Michelle did, you know, but they have connections with Laura, Fred, a bunch of others, a bunch of murder investigations, all that shit themselves, but yet they've been stalking and doing fuck shit and doing whatever me for years, and wasn't no cause to other than whatever, and then they appear, some of them, a day or two after cotton passes, like giant amounts of meth. That's insane to me, but whatever. And trying to make all upsies after the whole Michelle Scott goes stalk Jody Sue shit. But no, it says AB Scott, also Scott. She got stalkers, but wait, here's one. Yeah, right. Anyway, and then what those things connect to, don't even get me started. But the thing is, like, you be on a call, right? Those like them, especially after the 4 cups buckled in. Right? Hey, if people know where to find you, whatever. So anyway, you know, you're shit. It's not natural. You can tell these people. Like, you don't even know those people that well. They've pretended to this group that you do, but you don't, right? But you know them well enough to know their tones when they're fucking around, fucking off. Like, what the hell? Like, what the hell are you trying to do right now? And then you're like, oh no, I'm working with this YouTuber and that YouTuber and Prayer Garden and Ryan and everybody, right? On ones you can tell that they're not fucking around, you know what I mean? Like, with it, and like, they run up to you out in public and they're like, man, I'm sorry. I'm real fucking sorry. You're a great person to know that. I'm sorry for what me and my cousins are both been doing, but, and, you know, I've tried to tell these people that you're good, but really, have you? No, you're trying to use me, motherfuckers. But you're afraid that I might go back to man, myth, legend, and yank a motherfucker up. Alright? So you're like, I'm sorry. And here's what these YouTubers are really wanting to know, and you know what they're really up to, and what I was like, they just be like, and I love you, Ryan, Prayer Garden, right? Because even if they'll fuck around with you all for money or whatever it is they want, or targeting of us for other reasons, or family, or whatever the fuck it is, right? Half of them just like, they see you in person, and they're like, oh, fuck. Then they still want to be friendly with things. They also don't want certain infighting here locally and shit to take place. They'd also probably like to find fakey enough to make you think that they really didn't mean any harm. Ain't gonna happen. But they will just cough up all the shit. It happens quite a bit to those y'all been fucking around with and been feeding shit out and trying to, or making up shit entirely. For all the years, they generally see me in person and they're like, ugh. I admit all my sins and crimes, Jody said. Or they go cackle with others locally who then record them admitting to the bullshittery and who with. Oh, but it's not just me, you see, that y'all have people fucking with. It's other locals and shit. Other witnesses, other people, right? Not just my kids and I. A lot of them are vulnerable to being blackmailed, fucked with, and screwed with once they participate in shenanigans, too. That's the fucking ridiculous part of it. But, anyway, I mean, hell, y'all tried that with Parasite, didn't you? Whole blackmailing of Jody Sue and all that. How many times that happened? How many times the Ziggy's people and that try to enact financial stuff and to make things look certain ways on us and set up shit and attempted that. I believe there's a few characters involved in that. I'll come back to Ziggy several times and Parasite. A few others around the blocks, of course, but that's been and it usually comes right back to Ziggy. That bitch really will get up. That's why y'all want rid of her so bad, but you can't get rid of her because, see, she's done too much y'all's dirty work. And she's the mid. Like, she's the cop. Alright? About like Parasite, can't get rid of that motherfucker either, can you? You can always tell the ones they've had doing the most, because they can't quite get rid of them. They'd love to. They can't. They've been too much their dirty work. Too much. Some of them will do anything. Any fucking thing. This group themselves, self-gain, crypto, criminal shit, oh, I don't know. Whatever it is. But they do it. And I do love those, like, Parasite right there. They are nuttier and fucking shit lads. But also, you ever notice, like, when police are actually watching them, or they get in trouble, or they get arrested, or they feel like feds or others are too close, or something, they start really acting out. Boy, you can go back through the years and see, like, Parasite. You can see her every single fucking time. Start acting really bananas. But then what do they feel? Oh, I was going through a psychiatric, I was going through this, I was going through it. I'm sorry, I'm a new person. After they think the trouble is went by, or LE or DAs or whatever's happening, ain't looking at them no more. They help LE and others look at it like just like, you know, stuff, and they really are just a loon on YouTube or social media, like, you know, and it works. Widely enough, it fucking works. But PA ain't done us. Alright? And she ain't just stupid. She's just only, quote, criminal smart, if you want to call it that. But look at the cycles. Look at the patterns. Every single fucking time them does. And every single time, some of them speak about being hacked, like Ziggy or Parasite, probably enough connected. It's usually them up to fuck shit like it. Doing something. And that'll go all the way back to do was supposedly my mom, or I was hers, or somebody was something times. It really will. And I can tell you back then that when it started that shit, and pretending what they got to Walmart and and its cards were hacked and all this other horse shittery, right? And usage where it was actually happening to mine. They found a location for the person or persons logged and having control and access to certain things. Huh, yeah. And then think about Parasite, like when all of a sudden monetization shit and TM was involved in it, and all y'all, on the channel thing here. And then that one gets caught holding the actual form that shows they reported and shut down the other thing that wasn't even set up, which what I'm referring to there is my Patreon. I never did complete something up, but that one showed a fucking receipt showing she's. And for y'all to think from the beginning, if you go all the way back in receipts, like for that one. Initially, it was like, no, I'm just here for something, da, 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 da. And then it was like, yeah, I'm going to make money, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I have to monetize because I need my programs and all that stuff paid for, and my husband ain't got the money. Well, okay, homie. Then what about all the other years since? Because you don't got the views to then for you to be paying enough for all your programs, your high speed, all that. I'll tell you that right now. Just don't and never have. So where's the money coming in? Especially when he's fired all that for all the weed, dope use, all that shit, all the things, the programs, like that. No way could that channel have ever afforded or been bringing in. At least not in front of the world. I don't know. You gotta wonder how many of these motherfuckers just be paying in the background. Right? Or even in front. Super chats, cash apps for thank you. You're doing such a good job by the weirdest motherfuckers that you know damn well know better. These people are not the founts of information and nothing's accurate, and then suddenly they're getting money. I don't know. Seems like a real dirty group around here. But yeah, watch the cycles over all the years. Every time something gets close, or like the times people are using their state jobs and other jobs or medical jobs to do fuck shit, or their DCS and CASA jobs. But watch the cycles. They'll suddenly like eat out of existence, or they'll suddenly pretend that they're misled, or you'll see emails going out. But from those who look illiterate, half idiotic, or maybe law enforcement don't look at them more than, oh, that's an idiot, illiterate, weird QAnon motherfucker, and trash it, right? But it's actually warnings between the group or whoever's responsible in the background for using these jobs and abilities they have to gain certain information to hand it off to this group. And so they can get out of criminal trouble. It's happened a few times. Some of here tell been under actual investigation for that. Throughout the years, I know I've turned in several. I know that we have to have special processes and safeguards in place for even shit like down medical and all that. And now, wildly enough, they shit, right, Ryan? AI voices and all, but, well, I mean, it's nothing new, but we've had people throughout the years pretend to be bail bondsmen. We've had them pretend to be us or our doctors calling either or way. We've had them pretend to be DCS, had them pretend to be CASA, had them pretend to be this, that, and the other, calling for some sort of service, and all kinds of crazy shit. Recently, one was caught pretending to be me, calling into my medical team. Got busted as fucking that. We also have special things placed where certain things have been removed to where this group can't get their hands on them. And things to where even if employees of certain systems access certain shit, they're dinged. Alright? Been saying this for years. I don't know why people are still stupid over here and do stupid shit, but it is what it is. But it's been carried on for years, right? Nothing new here. So yeah, shit's making it a little difficult. I guess she can recreate voices, do whatever, but shit still got caught. I don't know. I just know that people told me it wasn't me, and they do know my voice well enough. So, and the only reason I got caught was because people started calling me to be like, well, you wanted to point me, you wanted this, you said whatever was wrong. I'm like, bitch, no, I didn't. They didn't fucking call you at all. I wonder where those phone numbers calling in trace back to. Fucking crazy the fuck you people get up to. Now, and I believe several wives of some of these creators have used their career in that field to try to access or get people's personal fucking information and shit. So the rest of this group could use it as blackmail stuff on other creators and other people and whatever else. Y'all tell me how that's supposed to solve anything surrounding summer. Do you know what any and all that is? It's blackmail and targeting shit. That's not anything that can lead to the whereabouts or the of summer or the arrest of a perpetrator. Now is it? So why are they doing shit like that at that level? Well, it's blackmail. It's fuckery. It's targeting. It's absolutely gained for information that they can try to use to destroy people's lives, reputations, this, thing, other, whatever they choose to twist and shout it into. That's what the fuck it's for. Now, does that seem like that's a legit way to, quote, solve a missing or murdered individual's case? Y'all? No. But y'all watch these creators and you think it's fucking entertainment. I don't get it. They're committing fucking crimes. And that's the reason I always go back, man, are these people really, any of them working for Ellie in any way? No, there's no way law enforcement and feds and shit would condone this shit. Or them pulling criminal shit like that. Or intentionally gaining things for blackmail purposes, or to terrorize, or to harass, or to try to discredit, or to fuck with witnesses, or anyone else for in cases. There's no way. I guess the McDonald's the only one's gonna let people like that hold wrenches and fuck around with them. It's just like you can't have, you can't have people committing criminal acts while working for you, McDonald's. Blue wrenches or not, bitch. Yeah, it's just like Moselle and Jensen, right? Those two are known liars. Bullshitters. Ain't right about nothing either. They've been caught fucking with, just like your crews fuck whenever. I just can't with that, man. I can't. And I don't think anything clean would be fucking around with shit like it either. But that's just me. I guess it's depending upon what your needs are. What fills holes, right? What kind of shit stain you want yeeted off of your reputation and to go out in the blaze of glory? Have one right, man. He never will stop till he gets something right. I guess that's gonna happen. He's just built like that, as you can see all over TV and the specials about him, this fucker. You can't stop that square peg his way and his thing is gotta be right. That's not how it works, man. You're supposed to go with the evidence, real shit, not shit you formulated, scripted, wrench holders, tool bags, pebbled, kicked out to contaminate shit, and then build a script around McDonough. You motherfucking dirty pig. And I'm sorry to the rest of Ellie and Feds for using that word, but there's only certain ones I'm gonna call, and that's that motherfucker over there. That's because he never deserved a badge, and still does not. I just need somebody to pick up every case that dude's ever worked, and please revisit it. I would goddamn guarantee you there are so many innocent people with records, and who are still sitting in prison. There's just no way. Look at him, dude. I mean, they're real men and women in law enforcement and feds and everybody else that put their heart, souls, minds, everything they are and will be into the job. And they love it, and they love helping the communities and the world and justice. And they're doing it for all the right reasons. Those like that, dude, they're not. And they make the rest of law enforcement and feds and shit look bad. Very bad. And it's why people don't trust this. I mean, look how fucked up that shit is. What do you think he did in, like, quote, real life when he held one? Come on now. You can see what he did. And he's still holding that same exact behavior back there. He has to have it his way, right? Shit, look out. Up there at 5. And it's shit you walked through for years here. You think I'm an idiot? At first I used to think it was just Dawn and Candace just having this round beat the shit out of me. And Andy and poor Bag. But And now, who knows? Hell, maybe it's other people that have recently appeared on scene. Just never know. Guess it depends on who wants rid of us the most. And I mean, of course, you got that drug shit wrapped up in crap too, right? But, and the thing is, all that shit's fucking bullshit. Y'all over here trying to get me, like, killed for shit that ain't even, like, about me. I mean, I don't even know who fucking half them people are. Y'all fucking idiots. Jesus Christ, that's a stupid part of it. Fucking morons. So anyway, thing is, you have, like, yeah, this fucking character, man. I used to think it was just Monster and Becca and Candace and Dawn, etc., and whatever. Now, obviously, I have to wonder if it wasn't recent additives to the fucking chaos factor. But, and whoever else, or maybe an unknown. Hell, I don't know. But the point is it also not only, like, I've thought about it, and it's like, well, who else is where we stand? Like, and you know, if you think about it, the statements I've given publicly, anyway, and portions of it, well, they just fuck McDonough's shit all up and sideways, right? Makes all his shit impossible. His little circle square shit, right? Now, I don't know who told McDonough that any or whatever of these things count, apply, or pieces, whatever, but I'm gonna guess nobody did. Okay? I'm gonna guess nobody. I can sort of say it because I see him say stupid shit all the time that I know for a fact not to be a thing, but he'll be like, well, around whatever Summer's case, and he'll act like it's from Ellie, but I know he's bullshit and everybody. But he gives that vague hint of an appearance or whatever. But anyway, the point is, to make people think though. So I think that a great deal of the terror we've all been under is been directed while they stay quiet, pretending like, no, we ain't gonna do none of that. But, you know, using this group to just hammer down on a person that way, you know, a narrative that has to square, circle, peg, fit for a motherfucker. That's a good reason to have this realm on all the blue wrenches for it at one point. To have the whole realm beat the shit out of them. Try to silence them. Get them out of the fucking way here. It took me a while to come to that, like, is that a possibility thing, right? The reason being is because we weren't watching a show like this, so I didn't know what kind of narrative he'd already built around Candace or Dawn before we ever came public realize, and it still took me a while, right? But yeah, I don't think it's out of the realm. You know? Especially after that bag of shit and tricks. That one tried to pull, motherfucker. Timon's a beast. Like, you're where to a month with a Lawson and this there, but 5 minutes from here? What? Alright. Hawaii 5-0. I'm going to bed now. Right. So, anyway, I just, you know, there's so many things in play. Especially from the tragedy pimp end of this shit. And don't make a mistake just because I mentioned McDonough. He ain't the top or the beast or... He's just the one I mentioned. He ain't the only one goddamn involved at that level. And they're even higher than him. I mean, let's be real. This shit goes all the way up to entertainment faux bullshit news. Alright? Fist bumping motherfucking tragedy pimps outside of houses and shit. Let's be real here. Alright? And then all the way across the psychic fuckery and everything else this place claps ass cheeks with. Like share Ziggy and Ryan clap ass cheeks with, and Ryan's been known to long before coming out as a newbie and just learned about Summer's case, so he'd been here the whole time. Much like Deception Detective. She gets on my nerves. That Ziggy and Cher built ish up. Alright? Can't with y'all tonight. Or ever. You can twist and shout it however you like. You know, I'm going with the, wire this, try that, crazy whatever, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm not. Not in the fucking least. Y'all love it to be so. That's a narrative, right? Old code talker over. She's nuts. But also, hey, will you talk to us? Can we put 400 more people in your inbox? The Trojan horses. Giddy up, you know? Locals, tune changes, hunting down shit. They're coming back out here in a quick hurry. Being direct, I mean, like, you don't have to compile so many times for it to not be questionable in certain court settings. Go, yeah, that ain't accidental, coincidental. That's directed, that's targeted, that's cyclical, that's behavior, it's patterns. You know? You can't mistake it for anything else, or just nutters online, or doing this, or just some helpful people, or it's just online, put it in, what harm can it? Ain't, you see? And that's what they don't want the public to realize. They want them to see this as a realm for entertainment, and all things are just pretend, and all things are trauma and everything. But this shit goes real life, and it's very destructive to the cases, to people's real lives, to everything in between. You know, much like Fancy Pants over there trying to sell the new him as. You know, he's saying that he's getting shit in order, trying to pair it, doing the whole nine with, well, this stuff can fuck up real pros. Yeah, where you been the last something years, dark side motherfucker? Put a bow tie on that shit. Cheesy weasel. And God, if you go back to those patterns and cycles, huh, buddy? You've said and done the exact same thing after every case as you're doing now. You've done it a couple times here, short-lived, of course, but over the years. But the other cases, your pattern's holding true. Your cycle. I'm better on this, whatever, blah, blah, that. And then rinse, repeat, basic reset for the next cases y'all claw into, right? And then all that's really left behind or visible will be all your videos of how you're a good guy, and people will buy that and believe that. And that's all they'll see or go back to look at or have remaining for them to look at and think that's really who you are in, quote, these cases, and you're someone to trust and come in, da 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 da. But also, it's a good way when they start all acting upstanding like and all this, that what they're going to try to do is shut down everything, vanish everything, the proof of this and da 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 da, and skirt away from whatever they've done in every active and profile case, you know. But it's also a reset. They get enough videos up, they do all this, and then the next case that comes along, they're ready to latch onto it. The others around those cases will then believe, oh, that's a good guy. These people only stick to facts. That's this, that's that. Go back to all the other high profile and active ongoing that they've fucked with and fucked up. Don't get me started on how there's still children's remains out there not brought home and laid to rest yet. That these people have seemed to forget all the colored hearts and the hashtags about, and they're going to find them at all costs, right? Now they just, they forgot all about those. They ain't taking their drones out, their boats out, their bullshits out, their bullshit PIs, everything else out for, to go still try to retrieve or find the missing children's remains that we clearly know have been murdered, but, you know, no remains have been brought back and laid to rest. Y'all forgot all about them, huh? You ain't worried about finding them no more. It's over and done, huh? Just moved right along. Different colored hearts, hashtags, ones and twos and chats. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where y'all at? Where are your boots on the ground? Still trying to find them. Nope, not a peep. Not a fucking peep. Anyway, so the moral of the story is that I find certain characters betting themselves in around 110 in everybody's lives for all years and fucking around with everybody for years really funky as fuck. Find it weird that they seem to be associated with so many fucking predators. Seem to be attacking Dawn or trying to eat shit up into existence around the time they want to play fucking games. Sickeningly enough, with Summer's Flyers, and have this shit going on, dollar store price list, that out there, and then with Dawn at the same time. I guess, see, they get a reaction at first that was ridiculously stupid and awful and gross, and then keep eyes off certain risks related to them. They have to do with predatory behavior of children, young adults, all that. Connections to Van Hill and surrounding roads, shits, you think. And then for some reason, those people being the ones that are, I don't know, in Ben Hill and seemingly knowing the interiors of houses and what buildings and things contain certain shit during periods of actual and absolute peeping Tom and sexual predator type of behavior on Ben Hill and around other neighbors, and the similar dog events, all this, I don't know. But then that touches ass back down that way, you see. That's the weird part. At the same time those things are occurring, things from down that way on that, and in that county, were also in play. And property, and a Fred, and a blind, all these things. And certain trucks headed back certain directions on certain nights that others besides myself witnessed during those years. Hmm. Now, once, one of those did yeet out and go to the Sullivan side, but the other times they seemed to take a left. Oddly enough, some of those were also red trucks, but not the same make and model. Not to my knowledge. I know others on the main road seen him and just gave me the description, but they could have been wrong about what kind of red truck, I guess. It was dark after all, but I don't know. And then the thing is, some of those C&Ds were also links between, no, I don't know, C&D and others down on other ends and weird shit, dope shit, and all kinds of shit, weren't they? Some of which were clearly aware that things weren't quite right with Summer in all kinds of ways. But I guess that depends on what's truth and what's tragedy pimp put in place or in front of it. I don't know, I find it weird that Monster and Orby get a job and Ryan gets a certain person to do a certain thing right after certain things. But you see, it's the years prior to that and the decades prior to that that matter, and the real receipts before even June 15th and leading up to Tragedy Pimp True Insertion. That will matter. Recordings, receipts, the truths there. the changes that then are later captured on recordings and receipts, which show what certain people want vanished or not known after they've went full tragedy pimp to the dark side, and what those tragedy pimps are trying to have them formulate or narrate or whatever, Oh, so you see, when you can compare things like that over the years, and you have them. You have the truth, and you have the tragedy pimp insertion, variety of whatever the fuck's left over, and then all that. I mean, it's probably what counts. So, I don't know, but where we're at tonight is that Nana seems to have a whole lot of shit shaking down there around the pond. And for all the years, it looks like some of her critters or somebody related her in some way, One or two of them are fuck fano down that way on that same strip or right off of it. Uh, appear to be all types of what the fuck. And then some moved right after summer vanished. I found that fucking weird. And it going back into certain things not being mentioned necessarily or shut down. Especially after Squirrel Pig went live. But, that has to tell you right there that in order to have some of the stuff Tijuana and Miss did before going quiet, weirdly enough, after Ryan shenanigans, in this groups, that certain people didn't ever fuck with it. I just, yeah, there's pipeline, sure. Sure is. A little way above it. And I think one of them attached to this group and one doing weird shit in the last law, which I've always sort of assumed for all the years. Not being completely stupid. It's probably how this group or others keep eyes on C&D so mightily. And the comings and goings of, and when to have shit out or something. Yeah, it must all be till summer, right? So I think that's basically it. Right now, there's like over 100 things I've scooted around to put on here tonight, but I think I'm gonna leave it as is for the moment. And like I said, there's part two because I'm gonna show you exactly how this group works in a way that nobody can be like, you guys, like all the other people in all the other high profile active cases, like Idaho and Rounds and Classic and Sincere and Cash and all, like, and Harmony, everybody, right? They all crazy. No, we ain't. Or Quentin's. No, we ain't all crazy, motherfuckers. Nor is law enforcement or feds calling you out for this shit. So I'm going to show you a real good example of how this group works and those like ICU and exactly how she works in it and how well they know what the plans are and scripts are before doing them and acting them. And then that gets on the nougats and whatever, and how they're fully aware of what each other are doing and such, and in on it as they're taking all of you out for a ride. But yeah, I think it's time to shine light on ICU. We've pretty much had enough of that bitch. I think everybody in the damn community has at this point. It's fucking ridiculous. And her shit is very harmful. And as far as whatever threat fuckery is going over, it's pretend fake fuckery and probably levied towards or at other individuals. Anyway, I don't know. That shit's absurd as fuck. Okay? Absurd. Um, I think both of those characters on this side, like it's all of them playing together and with one another. And it's horseshit. Like I said, if y'all want to be taken for a ride, you be taken for a ride. Yep. Math don't math, man. Mm-mm. In order for it to make any sense, you'd have to wonder where all the other threats are. But don't you dare mention Nanner. Every time Ziggy's mentioned Nanner. Including the last ones like she did before going quiet on it, For the last little bit she's been back, what, a couple lives. But yeah, I don't know. Where were all those? Where were those during everybody being like, Nina Vincent, get over here. Fred's gonna be back. During that whole scripted and bullshit. Andy's on the road. Fred's on the road. Fred's everywhere, but nowhere. Shit. And phone dipping. Horse shittery they're building in. Probably for some documentary purposes or something. Because everybody's put on. Whatever. Where were the threats then? Where were the threats a couple weeks ago? Not to mention that. Well, they didn't exist. So why not? And why only around the time I message certain folks? I don't know, you have to wonder about key walkers and things. Upchurch is losing his fucking mind, by the way. We'll tell you that. Maybe it's just a giant troll. You just never know. Or maybe this group's finally gotten to his ass. They're fucking with him. Hard. You just never know. They're just taking off for right. I don't know. It come up in algorithms after I and Smith was talking about it last night. And I was like, whoa! Never mind. Called it wrong. Guy ain't okay. Anyway. No, I don't know. Oh, they pulling. Bad. That's weird. Y'all are staying alive for like 3 minutes and it got like 100, and then you're on for hours and it's like 5. Oh, what y'all do? Oh my god, it's 3. Let's see who all went from being absolutely quiet to not quiet. Let's do that. No, there's one. Really? Fucking seriously? Oh my god. Holy shit. Yeah. He's serious right now, y'all. Look, I'm gonna do some free advertisement. You fucking joke. Fucking dirty little man. Tiny. Tiny little man. No dear. She's in the conspiracy theories. You're just fine when she's building shit. You just find like, what the hell? You're into conspiracy theories that you proclaimed you were not when you got here, but look at you go. Bitch, who are you fooling? You gonna hit on her being a psychic next? Fuck, your wife got magical and she didn't have till like episode 3 your fuck shit. Holy shit, he done called you a pill popper, Tijuana. Oh my god. Maybe 6 and Crew will pick it up. They'll really drag you hard. Oh my god. Anyway, that's scheduled. And does anybody really give a fuck? Seriously, Ryan. I think we all are aware of this. You should go back to her meth bubble lip pictures, or do you any of that? Her ankle bracelet wearing. Jesus Christ, I think we're all aware of what she is, bro. Hot tip, just because you look clean or whatever, yeah, buddy, you doing the same shit. Fuck out of here. What the hell? Anyway, free advertisement, you bastard. Y'all tune in for another Dragging a Ziggy. We all can't wait. No, I'm sure it'll be wonderful. He'll do it in a polite, gentlemanly way. Oh my god, Ziggy. What if you're not pure? What if you have not been waiting for marriage or something? Did you sleep with other gentlemen ever in your life? Are you gonna be blackmailed or held over your head or something, or some scripts? Maybe that. Oh dear. Maybe him and four others get together and use it to make cash. That's great. Anyway. Yeah, Lord, truth ever told about that, I ain't gonna look good on anybody. I mean, not me, but I'm just saying diaries speak for themselves, and ugh, there's a reason things are chosen by all of them. Really. So, let's see. This one up there. Oh, that one's quiet. That's weird. Mm-hmm. I'm fucking surprised. Well, there's been a few. I ain't checking. Oh, and what the hell did Dingleberry delete all things for then after made thumbnails and the whole entire community all vanished, and then it went with a new written out type thing. I was like, what the fuck? That reeks. Seriously? What is that? Really? Time's up. How'd she not? Jesus Lord, that was. You gotta be kidding me, right? They never are. They never are. What the hell? Oh, is that what Bowtie was going on about earlier? Well, shit, I gotta know. Y'all gotta know?
It starts with your intro, bro. Listen, man, I was in a recording earlier, man.
Oh, hell no. What the fuck? What is going on here? And I'll tell you, there. Speaking of JLR,
Any pizza,
there are
any
some
topping for just
receipts
$9.99. Sheesh, I'm getting all kinds of.
going around here right now, around like some K varieties that look fake as fuck, words spelled wrong, much like a whole lot of JLRs, which McDonough happens to use over the years. There's that. They reek like that. There's a whole bunch of those going on right now. Alright, guys, I'm gonna try this. I may not come back for no. I'm just gonna end it. And much love to all of y'all, okay? But my mute don't quite work right these days. I'm not sure what. Batteries draining all the shit. I don't know. Probably something in the background. Anyway, if it doesn't work, whatever. Alright, guys. Hmm. It's odd. It's not. Okay.
Okay.
Whatever. Anyway, guys. I think I'm gonna leave it there for the night then. No, no, no. We're gonna touch button, weren't we? We'll touch button. See if there's a fucking short version of this shit, because fuck that. Well, I don't know who the hell this guy is, but he's the first one up, so we're gonna listen to him. Well, I said we were. Fuck. Okay. So what the hell is this? And for fuck's sakes.
Contacted Blink, and the main interest said, bro, how many of you YouTubers, how many of y'all keep putting hands on y'all old lady? It needs to stop. It's like part of the criteria now. YouTube channel abused their old lady. Okay, so if y'all didn't know, this dude Jonathan Lee Riches, JLR Investigates, allegedly put hands on his old lady Magnolia, and the details are disgusting, disturbing. So viewer discretion.
No way! Not of Jonathan Lee Riches, of the one who gave a blowjob to a Mountain Dew bottle while doing Hell Hitler maneuvers and sniffing shitty panties and referring to victims not 04 as steaks, and who stood face to face, etc., with those at Sandy Hook and pretended to be family. Oh no, the shooter, not the one who followed our state reps around, terrorizing them and harassing them after they've been attempted to be assassinated and shit, right? You know, the wives of our awesome and amazing astronauts and things. No, not that guy. Mm-mm. You don't say. You mean the guy who paints his face black and orange and green, whatever, and jumps into one crowd or the other like Ernie and the rest of these tragedy pimps do off and on season in between cases, and tries to set off real protests, all, like, the actual, these are as close as you will ever come to real paid actors. Crisis actors. That's these motherfuckers, except they're doing some real bad harm to our justice system, our freedom, our rights. Look at lockdown. MGL knowing what they managed in Florida, and they took all the Floridians' rights away. It's lovely. Tell us again about that free speech? Right to protest what? Well, anyway. Either way, no, not that drill. Oh, and JLR was one of those too, wasn't he? White boy. MGL? Okay. No, not that one. Not JLR. JR. Whatever. Fuck.
Is advised.
Not the one who actually introduced the world to, quote, what was it? Not catfishing, it's whatever, right? Where they do the email scan, He's what they, it's fine. I can't remember the term for it now, but no, not that JLR. Never.
Make sure you guys go sub to Magnolia's channel. She deserves it. JLR doesn't, and we're gonna get to why in a second. Okay, everybody. So on Christmas Day, the cops got a call saying there was a report of an assault. The victim.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Christmas Day, and this is just now being outed or known in a group of web sleuths who know everything. Shit, this has that Cayman Alley and Arctic Fox feel to it, don't it? Huh. Meanwhile, JLR is doing real good and protests and all with Ernie and his crew, and money's moving. Everybody go watch JLR recently. They couldn't have any eyes on this list. It's good. Yeah. Damn. Takes so long to hit the streets with a bunch of web sleuths in contact with this dude. Oh my god. No. All of them are so tight too, right? Weird. God. Nah, see, this is how you know these content creators that are buddy up with JLR and stuff have kept it quiet on purpose. They knew. God damn, though, right? Woo! They'd never do y'all like that, would they?
Party identified herself as blank, told dispatch and received an injury to her nose from a fight last night with her boyfriend, Jonathan Riches. Rivercon was also informed Jonathan had taken blank phone and left last night. So this is so similar to Wes Watson. It's unbelievable, guys. And remember, JLR did time in the feds, if I'm not mistaken, right? So this dude's technically a prison YouTuber. He's fooled everybody. He acts like this
You mean an ex-convict?
Fucking sweet guy, right? Jonathan Elroy, dude, you are fake as hell. He's a grifter. He was a troll. Go find his other channels. This guy has been trolling for years, and I'm going to prove this in a little bit. He supported Trump and Hillary at the same time. Shit's weird. But let's get into...
What? No! Pretty soon everybody else is just crazy. These people, including their little money pushers and shit, and others, like, say, between Sharon Bullhorns and Quentin Simons, they don't do weird fuck shit in politics and try to set off and provoke and incite shit during real protests that wouldn't have been incited otherwise. And the money that they're being paid for the true crime shenanigans doesn't cross over and get paid to them during the political shit. Or like Ernie did before he got off the bus at Van Hill. Didn't he? But wildly enough, nobody here locally knew that. Nobody tracked him down, tried to hunt him. There was no Nick Brigade and bow ties were hunting. Like, where are they at? It was weird. Oh, don't get me started on how people knew who he was, probably. But they never watched nothing. Alright. And wait for it. Oh, and didn't I just see share the JLR stuff? What, now you care about domestic violence, you Lord? You gonna make merch on Magnolia, too? But like, here's her shirt or her bloody nose. Right? You gonna do that? Yeah, I don't think so. Wait for him. Including Benny. Benny didn't yet. And Ryan, you're cool with it. So, I'm just saying, all you creators are viewers. You cool with that? Six? I'm so sick of Six being like, DV support. Bullshit. I got audio online. Stop it. Got that motherfucker all up in your shit and Nana's shit and everybody's shit. Fuck off. Anyway, y'all enjoy the news cycle. All the creators are suddenly gonna care about domestic violence. And they're not gonna be heckin' okay with what JLR has done. We wait for it. Meanwhile, half of them beat their old ladies too. Bullhorns beat people. Bullhorn Strangler has like a 40-some count record for that shit. You know? I mean, look at everybody else. What is Benny wearing a bow tie for talking about JLR? Didn't you just supposedly get out of trouble for doing shit to your ex? Got your ass back on YouTube and hit at me and then went to the good guy. I've changed my dude. After driving narratives with Tiffany fucking Marie, who you think at that time had better shit to do than torment other people's children and sons falsely. Yeah, you think. Didn't know, did you? Why you got a bow tie on making posts about JLR? Didn't you just get out of some fuck shit that you're... I'm confused, buddy. Whatever, dude. Uh-uh. Anyway, carrying on. It's gonna be great. Can't wait. It'll be domestic violence. Supporters, you know. Whatever. Next few days, everybody pretend like they don't know Jiller. Oh, they're shocked. He could have held the behaviors and patterns such. Motherfucker don't blink. He don't blink.
Him putting hands on his old lady. I arrived at the location at the same time as aid. We contacted Blake in the main entrance store. I could visibly see bruising around her right eye, consistent with being in the early stages of a black eye. I could also see a small red mark on her upper corner of the bridge of her nose. Her nose is visibly not straight and resembled what I have observed through training and experience to be broken. So you're telling me, no, I got to get on camera for this. So you're telling me that you literally punched your girl in the face and broke her nose. As you can tell, I've had my nose broken many times. It's probably the only bone I've ever had broke. This dude had to do that to a small female, bro.
Zaxby's just dropped dry rubs, and they're not playing. They've got zesty lemon pepper, savory.
Bro. Stuffy.
Don't tell the world what happens if you're one of those unlucky bitches that doesn't necessarily show damages or bruises or anything. And if you live in certain places that think it's all beer, you stay there. You can't get help from in time. And even if you do, they're like, I got your number. We'll talk later. We'll put cars to escort back and forth. Because everybody else is big back. Don't even get me started. Especially if you got a YouTube group. Made up of JLR, wildly enough, at the time. In touch with making all the things, right? Fucking around system. Domestic violence shelters, support systems, all that. Yeah, and how it could turn out, so don't tell them that.
To happen, karma needs to happen to you in Minecraft land. That same incident in Minecraft land needs to happen to you. I better not get a strike for that. Let's get back to the video. I'm lost for words right now, y'all. I just can't believe that he did this to this lady. Hold on. Let's get back to it. Last night, she had confronted Jonathan about things she observed on his work phone, stated it was such thing as communication with other women, and she described it to be porn. Wow. Oh, man. He got caught up, and then this is what happened. Even if you get caught up, fellas, it gives you no right to put hands on your woman. You better let them throw a dresser at you.
I always wonder who men are talking to when they say shit like that. You guys, if you get caught up, don't be laying in you. Like, bro, that's how they do it. Like, you think that pep talk or whatever, like, it's gonna stop any of them? It ain't. How about y'all start ostracizing them? You don't do the locker room talk. You don't go, oh, Amber and Johnny, you don't condone it. You don't invite domestic violence motherfuckers to the barbecue. Hang out with them. Go smoke sesh, beer joint, have a drink, go golfing with, and just turn a blind fucking eye to. You go, fuck you, man. I heard you XYZ, the old ladies are exes, or this, the other. I don't want your type around me. And you start doing that. And you start raising your sons not to do things like that, just as mothers do the same thing, and teach. And daughters as well, but I'm just saying.
Let's get back to it. Blank said that she stated to address this with Jonathan. He became enraged and struck her with a closed fist multiple times on the side of the head, her nose, and her ribs. What? So it was more than the nose. He punched every part of her body.
They'll be like that, right? They always have the side pieces because they always need more than one source. When they get busted at it, and then they beat shit out of you, they treat you some type of way, they get extra sources, they hold against you. You see, and I'm sorry, but if you can look at JLR and not realize he's a creep, he's not right, and that he is a total con and all things he is. I don't know what to tell you. Whatever. It's fun. News channels and shit. Well, entertainment head bobbing motherfuckers and those like McDonald and others will rub elbows with him and bullhorns around him. What's the matter, man? Huh?
Basically, stated that she grabbed her phone and began to dial 911 for help. But Jonathan saw her doing this, took her phone from her, and said, "I will fucking kill you." Alright, people. This dude shouldn't be online anymore. I asked if she believed this threat to be true. She stated she believed he would kill her. Bro, he's going to end up covering his own self. He's going to be on the run with that channel one day. This is insane, y'all. I asked Blake what phone she currently had. She stated it was Jonathan's work phone and she left behind. Stated that he did not know where he went, but believed he had taken the white Jeep Compass they rented. I observed a white Jeep Compass to be parked outside. Prior to making contact with him, I asked him if she would be willing to series photograph for documentation. She agreed, but the most part of the medics on scene, myself to be male, and one of the areas of the injury regarding to her left shirt. I asked female medic if she'd be willing to take photos. I was also advised that Blake that in August of this year, she was on a work trip with Jonathan in Charlotte. This is when she first found out about his infidelity and porn issues. She stated she confronted him and he attacked her in the hotel they were staying at. Stated
Infidelity and porn issues, you say? Like addictive or weird porn issues and shit like that. And now he's got some sort of addiction to something or sexually deviant, weird ways, extra sources on the side. They all built the same. Flavor Flav!
similar to this, he assaulted her violently and then took the rental car back and drove to Florida where they live. And I believe they live near Tampa, y'all. Blake stated there is a long history of Jonathan assaulting her in their almost 3 years of dating. Oh my gosh, why she stayed? But you know what? I hear a lot of women say they don't know.
Oh, hell no, he didn't. That's helpful, pal. Well, this is a piece of shit creator, ain't even me. 3 years, what'd she stay? She must have deserted. Alright, can I eat this guy off face earth now? Well, this guy's a piece of shit. Dear sir, if you ever recognize your voice, I just want you to know you're a piece of shit. You suck. You also are me like, shut the fuck. I can't. Fuck you, buddy. All
Why
right.
they stay, but they stay, right? They just don't know what to do. I don't know, some kind of, in being trapped, it's like being stuck in a hole and can't move, being paralyzed type shit. That's what I heard.
That's what he heard. Well, thank God you've never experienced him or anything. It's fun. That's what he heard. Yeah, okay. Free man's down to say I don't know, motherfucker. It's abuse someone. I just. Well, they stay, but also I've heard. This is maybe why they do. Alright, this guy sucks. But we're not here for him. Ew.
She stated that she knows she should have left many times before this, but hasn't. Stated Jonathan needs to be held accountable for what he did. Okay.
That was seriously in the report. And that women even if I can't with this. That was in the report. Anyway. But, I mean, well, I don't know. Like, I think all of us make sure, like, if you ever got, you're always like, you try to let people know you're aware that you wanted to leave or tried to leave or this here and that you're not an idiot, but things were as they were and you were trapped. So it's not unheard of.
So, what happened to the arrest here? Now, I don't think he's been arrested yet for this. I don't know if he got arrested for it or not, but down here says the charges. So, assault in a second degree DV, booked no. Harassment threats to kill, DV, booked no. Interfering with and reporting or domestic violence, booked No. Wow. And you got Wes Watson.
In what world do you not book? And you see physical damage. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. It's fine. Is Jonathan on the run? Has he been running in these last few months since this all across country, and all these creators who know damn good and well he's in trouble have been helping him get across? And wait, no police looked at his YouTube to see where he was to get a hold of. What is going on here?
Doing the same thing. This guy won't get a lot of time for this, but it shows his character. It shows who he really is.
I love how all the men are always like, well, he ain't gonna get a whole lot of time for this. What? See, that's the problem. Men out here just all confident, and I mean, and I know we're gonna go on that whole, but it happens to men too. Yes, it does. But for the most part, 99.9% of victims, survivors, fighters are female, perpetrators are male. So we're gonna go on in, and I'm gonna stick to that. Y'all know what hell mean. I'm gonna say it, and I include everybody, but generally it's gonna come out in a male perpetrator, female victim, survivor, fighter way. I love that men are always, well, he ain't gonna get a whole lot of time for this. Which tells you this guy's whole joke, too. He's just me, well, that's what here. So he does know something about something. I mean, just men walk around confident. Well, it ain't gonna matter if you do get charged with DV, and like, you wouldn't really need time for it. Well, if you kiss her ass enough, go through the cycles of, gas all the things and the lovey-dovey shit and all that, she'll probably drop it, guy. That way don't ruin your life, guy. Whatever, blah, blah. But I love that men just walk around, all of them. All of them. It's like, I ain't got much time for this. Maybe they fucking should. And then shit would change. You ever think about that? Hmm? Maybe. Maybe if y'all weren't so goddamn confident, ain't gonna get me this shit out. This will happen. They'll dismiss it. Blah, 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 blah. If you go in and play the flipped card script shit, boo hoo, sir. I don't know, like certain counties are pretty acquiescing, but all that shit, right? Maybe if you do all that, well, guys, it's fine. None of us get. I love it. Just raised confident, aren't they? A different way than women are. Like, we know, well, most of the time ain't nobody gonna do shit to them. But then people are like, why'd you stay? Well, I know, can't get real fucking help. You can get a 1-800 number at Circle jerks you around forever. Your abusers like mine, and especially in touch those like Nanner, Tragedy Vamps, and Audrey, Jenny, Adrian, all them fucking with domestic violence services and lawyers thing. I mean, it's hell. And you're denied certain. I mean, you get trapped. I wonder how women get trapped again. How they feel like there's nowhere to run, nowhere to go. They're usually ones that feel or are afraid to be punished, quote, further by a system. Their kids fucked with even further instead of safe and out of abuse. I don't know why. It might be that women might stay and end up dead. Or their children dead. Yeah, it's because women, they're like, shit, it's hopeless, and sort of know it for the most part. But it's always worth trying to reach out for and save yourselves and your children for. But I think most of us are always raised like, well, nothing's going to be done. How do we get out? How's this and how's that? And then men are walking around confident. It's like, well, ain't going to be much time. Well, nothing will be done. Well, if you're a good boy for 6 months or a year, they won't put it on your record, and it's fine. That's fucking problem, right? That's fucking problem. Love the confidence. The male point idea is great.
Now that we've seen who JLR is when it comes to being with the women and how he treats women and how he is a POS and all this stuff, right? Well, this dude trolled his way into doing true crime. Now, let me explain. His original channel is called JLR. You can see it on the internet as like 17,000 subs. And he trolled all the way up to the Summer Wells case where he got his notoriety and started covering that case. And he was trolling on the scene of that too, doing weird stuff, filming people.
doing weird stuff like helping an abuser of mine and the wifey and creating narratives around us and oh dear. And around Summer's case and moving money, I assume, through the political and true crime realm as crossovers. So many other. Mm, rubbing elbows, those like me down their butt. Oh no. No, even though everybody clearly knew what Jonathan Lee Rich's already is, and they let people forget. And holy shit, wasn't it chasing just in a hidden live? A couple, yes, it was. Holy shit, chasing. You're telling me you didn't know about this since December? Miss, you know everything, you're quiet until it's time to stamp everything, chasing fucking truth. Is that why you hid that live after you were over sucking Jailer's dick, going, he's a good guy, give him a chance, I think he's really changed his ways, and then you yeeted that fucking live? God damn it, chasing truth. You knew! All you creators knew about this fuck shit. Chasing was really on there knowing this shit and did a live being like, no, JLR's a changed man just a few weeks ago. He's good, I highly recommend him. He's out there at least. And then she fucking private it. Well, that aged well, didn't it, Chasing? Aged so well, you hid that shit immediately. Oh, shit. Ah. I wonder if that's because you got a warning or something. You already knew, or you were made fully aware right after the live, and it's, oh, they knew. Oh, dear. And then why were you even advertising for JLR? Who in the fuck advertises for that dude? When you know his whole life history, his sense of who he is, what he is. How you ever gonna call it dude a good dude and he does hard work and he's out on the ground in politics or in true crime? Are you serious? The guy who makes up false records and shit and yeets him off to McDonald's, another that dude? The guy who's come on. That shit reeked anyway. But now it makes sense what Charleston hit it. Instantly, it wasn't just like it took her a week. She did that shit that night. Wow, Chasing.
Without their permission and all this stuff. Well, look at these videos, all right? This is one video of him supporting Donald Trump.
And it's even funnier when you get down to it, because wasn't Jenny, after JLR contacted her family, you know, Jenny of Gavel over crying on dudes going, JLR it's scary, people can go real life like that after what Gavel has done in my life and in my family members, all that shit. Seriously? That was hilarious. So Chasing also was stumbling over Jailer, who had scared poor little buddy Jenny. The hypocrisy and irony around here was amazing.
Going to rallies. And then this is another video of him supporting Hillary Clinton.
And the reason they're terrified of him is because him and Tiffany and, gosh, what's the other one's name? I rarely mention her, but I had her number early on, so I didn't really need to. And then there's Purple, and then there's Laura. What the fuck's Laura's channel's name? Perplexed, right? Whatever. Anyway, there's a couple. But the one actually made a trip to Ben Hill and got in touch with all this other shit before others did during a certain period. And people aren't really aware of that either. But anyway, the point is, which puts back the timeline for Monster being here quite a bit before he actually was, you know, Pipered and stuff. And green-eyed. So anyway, there's that one. But anyway, he works with that crew, always has to do a lot of the DCS, CPS shit, to call in, to do fuck shit for this group, and does, you know, so that's part of the role he's played in and around the years. And he really will do some fuck shit to you, set up and through this group to have it done to you, and sort all these things to all these people, including creator versus creator shit. And the threats and blackmail will be out in case one decides to turn on the other type of shit. So. real heckin' terrified of the JLRs.
Jonathan Lee Rich's Jersey Shore, Wildwood, New Jersey. I support Donald Trump 100%.
Are you 50 or older? You
No,
already know
not
the
really.
importance of shingles protection. Did you know pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination is recommended too?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very clear.
And like I said, there's so many like this, in this group that do this, including those who push money and otherwise through both realms, that are also in Leilani's case, others that are hidden pebbles and movers and shakers between scenes, like the ICUs, like there's those types in there. But they help this shit.
Jonathan Lee Rich's Jersey Shore, Wildwood, New Jersey. I support Donald Trump 100%. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Here at the Hillary Clinton campaign headquarters in Westchester, Pennsylvania. This is Muslims for Clinton. I support Hillary Clinton 100%.
Now you see, I've watched these. Weirdly enough, before Summer vanished, I'd had the unfortunate nature to find a JLR and an AB and others doing weird shit like crypto shit and provocateur shit, trying to set off crowds and shit around political events, as I was helping real journalists and others do shit throughout the years. And I believe I became fully aware of this character during Standing Rock and a lot of the Black Lives Matter movements, things like that, and protests. And I never thought in many years that, and they were so small fried what we were chasing and hunting anyway around these things, that I left them be. And I was also aware of AV Watchmen and others, and could see their movements and shaking, and so could other journalists in and around. So I actually have like shit on these motherfuckers, but they were nothing, right? So just ignored for the most part. And I never thought in fucking million years that some were advantaged, but then that these son of a bitches, or even this realm, would exist. But that these motherfuckers that here begin is like, oh my god, the amount of shock was unreal. Okay? But I watched and I tracked their crypto movements and the shit they were doing and getting paid for and who they were by. A lot of the Black Lives Matter movements and protests and shit around Standing Rock and stuff hold evidence and proof and real journalists for years on characters like JLR and AB and others. And what they were doing with crypto and who was paying who and who was on dark web shit, all this other crap, doing weird criminal shit. And affecting American politics and freedoms and all the shit that way. And a lot of even the hate groups thing, like and stuff like, and the affiliations to those, which JLR and a few others around here and your favorite creators have, and a lot of the players here. It's part of why Stanley Valley happened too here locally. But and the weird money movements through Africa with this group. Even in Summer's marathon days it was happening, and then Stanley Valley hate group, weird con ass bullshit moves in, right? And somehow, wildly enough, his place was psychic about it before them. Scott H. and Josh are trying to shut it the fuck down, make everybody look crazy. It's fine. Anyway, yeah, so, there are organizations that hold information on those like Jonathan, other characters and creators you all know out here in Just True Crime, and their money movements and shit through certain ways, and the hiding of and funds coming through, and actually being paid to do this shit, which has become part of the propaganda, right? It started that George Soros pays to bust people in on bullshit. No, but there's a whole lot of money to be made on stupid shit like this online and to play in that, and then money does happen, and then they are actually paid to go into these spots, and they make fortunes, and then they do crypto it and do criminal shit, and it does end up rolling downhill from there. And maybe there is something about it, but these are your actual motherfuckers that get about as close to your George Soros busted shit in it started years ago. These are as close in real life as you will come, and then they do the same shit and playbook and propaganda and taking advantage people that often come from the same areas and fall into religious and educational backgrounds, in certain portions of the country that do control most of the voting, all sort of shit. So you have all that in play, but and it crosses over between true crime and the viewers of it and politics and all that right. So these people, and even music stars like Jelly Roll, are using the same criteria to just throw out hooks and just reel you motherfuckers in across the globe. It's insane. But hey, as long as you're occupied with algorithms and boxes and whatever. Anyway, let's see here.
I'm trying to motivate and inspire other Muslims around the state of Pennsylvania and nationwide to vote for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, you have him doing this. He's for Trump, he's for Clinton, and you have him sucking off Mountain Dew bottles and throwing up Hail Hitlers, and well, it just depends. And then the next day you have him sniffing dirty underwear or comparing victims in Idaho 4 to steaks and knives in fucking Texas Roadhouse.
She will represent Muslim values and help make America great again, not like what the other candidate says. Here at Clinton headquarters, Westchester, Pennsylvania. Muslims for Clinton.
In conclusion, JLR John.
My question is like, how is anybody out here? It's like, how do you date a dolly when you know his background and what's living on? How do you even choose that? It's like, we're back over a monster. How do you even see and then begin to choose a fucking monster? Like, how in the fuck do you do that? How in the fuck do you look online and see JLR who he clearly is, and you're like, yeah, I want to date that? How do you do that? Some of us don't get a choice. We end up with these fucking monsters. And you find out. And you're the first way, right? Didn't get a choice. Didn't know what the fuck they were. And then there are others that are like, oh well, I'm clearly helping fuck with and abuse further the others of and whatever. And this guy's clearly a woman beater, child beater, abuser, weirdo, freak bag, con, liar, criminal, etc. Let me pick him. I mean, you could do a basic Google search on riches here and be like, nah, I'm good. You could do one on Dolly and be like, no, there's too much out there, bro. I don't think so. You could do one on Benny fucking Geese. You could do one on Scott H. You could do one on AB up there in Canada. You could do one on Doug and be like, no, hell no, right? Ernie, his brother, any of them. Yeah. Nope. I don't know. Shit happens, though, right?
Jonathan Lee Riches is a POS. He's been exposed for putting hands on his.
I mean, but then again, these are abusers. They're fucking assholes, criminal, and they're good at making women think that those former people are just lying about them, or it's all internet, or it's this, that, and other, and, they're good at that. Nuh-uh, I'm being picked on, the ex is just like, nuh-uh, that was just blah, 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 they are good at that. Just kind of one there like that, and why there's always a new source, new this, new that pattern, next victim.
Lady, and he got his notoriety for just being a troll. And I don't understand, he's made over $1 million covering Nancy Gumphrey. But thank y'all for listening. Make sure you subscribe to Plug. It is Plug's fault.
He's made $1 million covering Nancy. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Imagine what he's done in Summers and the rest of this group. Y'all think it's chump change, alright? Like, you watch them destroy innocent lives, cases, insert and go real life on everybody and everything around these open and active cases. I don't know, what is the incentive for them to do that, you think? or for them to try to make everybody call them out liars, or to try to discredit them, or to call them crazy, or whatever else. So, if one creator makes, and what do you think the rest make, and what do you think those at the top of the food chain make? Hmm? Right. Exactly. And those willing to do anything, like, I don't know, the emisses, or parasites, or others. Yeah. I keep wondering how somebody keeps affording that on some funeral pay, honestly. That's weird shit, ain't it? And the child support you think will be paying on it? Mm, weird shit. Whatever. Meanwhile, they take everybody else's means of survival and living outside of and blah blah way. They just, you know, yeah, to decimate, and they do that in every case, and they hold that, they just, I don't know, they decimate others, and y'all watch it as entertainment, and then they make you believe that all those people calling them out for all this fuck shit are liars, and y'all can't figure out any reason why these people might be doing this. Some of them, like Ryan, want to be famous. Some of the real's probably rich too, but others want to be this, that, the other. Others want to be real web sleuths or detectives, or and others want to be blah 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 blah. But some of them will do anything for a buck too. Some of the worst little critters that do the worst shit for them that they all try to eat off like they're trying to right now. Anyway, go. We're gonna stick with the leaving it here for right now. I'm wondering what the hell's going on the opposite end of any Nainer there all these years. And why? That's just how I feel about it. And I think I'm lying to after all the shit that bitch has done in the room. In her lives. I just want to know why so much shit connects back there and why she yeeted herself on the 110 instant. And then why the connections between her, this group, the ICUs, feeding. And I mean, like, you had to wonder, did Dawn and Candace know that she was feeding shit back? It was getting fed back to McDonald, like Dawn's arch nemesis and all that shit. And then possibly everywhere else. And even potentially to the person or persons responsible if it's not them. Like, does law enforcement know kind of shit? Like, I mean, I don't know, and I don't care how many tips Ryan says someone's turned in or done or flyers. There are real cases the feds and shit have worked where, like, the most helpful people, Ryan, turned out to be all kinds of evil. And it's often like, man, there was a thing I watched a while back. It was two girls in England, I think. That dude, he went out and put out flyers too, helped search me, all kinds of shit, dude. Happens. It's a good way for, I don't know, but I'm not saying Nana did anything. I'm just saying that maybe someone around her dead or something, or maybe someone she trusts or something could be getting word from her mouth or anything, but it turns out they might be certain things. And then those ICU and hammer, but I don't like it. Someone's saying it seems close to me, but especially a lady who didn't really know me or anything, but I had no business up in my shit, right? Mentioning my name, doing what she did to my children and I with this group, especially while I went around C&D. And I gotta tell you, what do you think that's about, right? You have, like, those, like, Nanners and the Jennies and all the people and all the groups and all the teams fuck around, clearly directed by C&D at times to do fuck shit to us, like creators. And since I can firmly say we are nothing but witnesses, and know that that can be the only reason we're being targeted as we are, I mean, it smells real funky to me. And people continually trying to take us out. Now, the fucked part is, y'all don't know. Nobody knows publicly what the fuck is or is not, and what counts and does not. And, nor do we. No, I mean, not all of or anything, but And we can only go by what we're told, and what you're told sometimes is just bad. So you just never know, and nobody will know until court proceedings and arrests and all that happen. But, just if somebody thought things were things, right? And then to set about in a malicious, intentional way in a group, surrounding one hand, targeting, fucking with, harassing others, embedding in and around other witnesses, probably trying to pump all the info they could at them. What do you think they can do to a guy? I'm just saying. No, I don't know. What's the intent? What's the purpose? And then how does it look in the end? If you play with and around something like that and help do all that, or come put out flyers about the same time y'all for all and all the fuck shit with YouTubers and shit, and when it's proving those clapping ass cheeks locally, keep playing with the same crew motherfuckers and doing weird shit around. I mean, like, like Nanner and crew, the core crew, core team. So yeah, I don't know. But that's not even the issue. Like, no matter what, I think it's strange that a person of that name and another, both down there at end, who knows what all their connections are, and then there's a third on it, like, and then at the same time, Nana and them are doing all this shit flyer, doing fuck shit to Dawn, trying to get back up. I don't know. You have McDonough and Jensen in play, Monster doing fuck shit, and you have all this shit rolling down here. But at the very moments that arrests take place down there in pond, whatever, Nana wants all attention on Dawn and all this fuck shit and Christmas tree, all this crap, flyer stuff, da da da. Wonder why so. That stinks, don't it? I feel like that stinks. I think other people researching anywhere in the area would have known arrests were made associated with certain things. Probably was told the creators not to out it too, would be my guess, somewhere around the blocks. Because I tell you, when these websites get started, bro, they got everything within a 100-mile radius. Ain't no way somebody missed this shit. So it tells me it's kept quiet. Now, I have a problem with somebody that's surrounded by what looks to be predators or the connections with all these things. I have a problem with it. And then when they're showing up there in other events and evil, sexy shit on Ben Hill and otherwise through years, well, also certain Van Hill shit in play and all these things, I'm starting to have a fucking problem. There. So, I don't know. I guess we'll see what shakes out, but I don't want to hear shit about, oh, but she turned into a CBS. You know what? So half the nut jobs on YouTube around the world because you're all fucking stupid tragedy pimp bullshittery and narratives and horse shit and lies and goddamn garbage, bro. And the shit like all of y'all done from the beginning, like, I just can't. So what? I think everybody is turning in tips too. I know that I pick up the phone and I call TBI, FBI, all the agencies needed or wherever something needed to go. District attorneys, state attorney generals, law offices, fucking Capitol buildings, all kinds of shit around the country. All kinds of things when I feel the need to. Right? So, wow, Nina Special, she called him fucking tip. What? Something y'all had your fingers in? Scripted right on up? Made to look others fine? That's the thing. When you got ICUs and there and everybody else dropping shit around the community and talking to others, right? What you can then have happen is those neighbors and shit going what Nanner and others playing this group have said, and then they're messaging others throughout their area, and then what they've actually messaged can start looking sus or weird. Or what if I told you all they can actually drop things they have been able to find out in evil little manners or insertive little manners or whatever, and then they drop it to you, and then it looks like you, dear neighbors and community members and locals, have knowledge of whatever happened this summer, But you don't realize that. But see, you've already messaged it out. You don't want to ever spread it, and then it passes through. And then what if something like that makes you look funny, right? Because it looks like you have knowledge of something you shouldn't have that only law enforcement does. There are many reasons I've told the rest of this community and neighbors and Tri-Can right and every other high-profile and active case not to fuck around with these motherfuckers or any strangers or weirdos around the world to gain your inbox, because then shit like that can happen. They can drop something to you that you think nothing about, telling the neighbor this there, da 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 da, but hiding your source, and then it just looks like you're messaging, and you have knowledge of shit you actually have no knowledge of, and then that gets, well, knocks or kicks and shit. You know what I mean? So you see how fucking dangerous this shit can be, and what those fuck around and tamperers and those in the core group shit, teens every time can get up to, and what it can cause. The dangers of. But anyway, you can't fake arrest some weird funky predator shit out on the other end of Van Hill, otherwise another road sidestepping and shit, and then, well, you can't erase the real goddamn receipts of these individuals. For some reason, they're in funny, not funny, sexy, predatory times for years in and around the road, also somehow connected with Van Hill. It was wanting things in and around certain properties too, and showing up and absolutely describing interiors of places and shit they should have had no knowledge of. You can't erase that. Can't erase all that. I have a problem with it. Especially if they're any of those predator Starnes. Which, or ones that moved right after summer vanished. Or the ones associated with deer torturing crew up there on the other part, which, I don't know. So anyway, I got some issues. Maybe Fred's got something to add about why he was really tearing down blinds and cameras and shit up there. And all the fucker there. What was your problem with that, exactly? You and your daddies, I mean, like, is it just the normal, like, territorial shit, or normal fucking around, tearing up people's, property stakes, all the shit that y'all do all the way down the route? What is that? I mean, I know it's got a different feel to it than the taking up of or making sure, like, TWA and all them weren't coming through and disrupting certain trails, but, what is that? Fred, you got anything to add to this? Yeah, fucking Hans, motherfucker. Anyway, I bet not. I don't know. You might. Maybe you can pass it back and forth a few times and act a few fights. See what you can get passing through from certain locals and ICUs and others. And Z can direct other little critters, put out things on it. Get everybody caught up like somebody tampering with state systems from somewhere or other. And then the pebble dropping in your wife's child before she does a tappity tap. Oh dear. Anyway. Y'all, I'm out here for the night. We will have part 2 because I'm going to show you how this fucking group works in a way that they can be like, guys, like, she done. Her real cancer surgical voice is, she's intoxicated. Alright? We ain't gonna fuck around. No more with that shit. Alright? So, and I'm gonna tell you, that shit's got some bad juju on it. And let me tell you why. Seems like a whole bunch of you creators that have terrorized and tormented me over my cancer and surgeries and voice over the years, a lot of y'all turning up fucking dead, dying, and everybody knew you doing that, ain't it? It's almost like karma's yeeting y'all out of motherfucking existence itself for being such assholes. Some of you ain't learning, though, no matter what you lose. I don't know, but how much it draws to teach you. I'm just saying. Don't be doing it. Lord, has anybody checked in on Angel Fucks Too Fast? Translator for Lassie? She alright out there? She back on Lip Lock Porch. Anyway, so we're done with that, right? Let's see when y'all want the curse of Jody Sue, because it seems to be happening around these blocks. Now, granted, a couple are just full on bullshit lately, but, like, it appears to be a curse. Much like opening an Egyptian tomb or something, right? So hopefully we're done with that portion of all the years. Okay. Alright, y'all. I'm out of here. And I'm going to leave it at that. Like I said, I sent well over 100 things tonight to include in this. But I'm going to leave it there. And I'm going to, and still yet, keep a whole fuck ton of shit to myself. Okay? That link with all this and all things and all that. Because I know what's probably going to go on. Which is why the fake bullshittery already was pre-done tonight. And one of the things yesterday I did. I ain't a dumbass. Alright? Y'all throw your hooks elsewhere. Fucking bobbers. So anyway, I guess y'all just do whatever you want to with it. I don't care. When you get done with that, you can let me know. I'll throw some more of these at least over 100 pieces on that were quick fire pieces, not the very illustrious long ones and all the combining things. But I guess we'll see how many times you gotta do this shit to try to get it away or make it go quiet or pretend everybody's crazy, drunk, psychotic, whatever. Anyway, y'all get at me when you figure out how to get around it or do whatever. Be like, no, those people, I don't know. What the fuck's that matter? It'd be something stupid, won't it? Bullshit. If you know everybody on the other end, by God, you know the ones there, especially on property. Don't fuck with us. Don't even, man. But yeah, I mean, like, shit, we tell y'all around here, we don't know somebody just because we know of them or something. Y'all like, no, you're connected. Yeah, but, nah, ain't no way you ain't connected and don't know those on the fucking bro. And you know everybody else on the other end so well, you can introduce all the tragedy pimps next time they're into them, right, Nina? But you don't know the ones closest to and on the offsets of. All predatory and shit. The weird ones moving around up some rent. No. Bullshit. Anyway, it's fine. And I'm surprised. You wouldn't have looked at everybody in the area? Oh my goodness. Is the core group getting lazy? What, you don't want attention on the other end of Annie on there? You just want on Dawn and bullshitter y'all scripted into existence to take eyes off of. So wildly enough around the times of predator arrests near your zone, Nanner. What's up with that? I'll wait. Anyway, so y'all get done bow tying, do whatever it is. Right? Y'all get done doing that, get back at me. Alright, and then we'll just break all that bullshit down to any other seats. Okay? Alright, y'all, you have a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever y'all are. And I hope y'all avoid the streets, understand what kind of cons, criminals, and group violating federal laws is organized and working its way through active and ongoing cases and destroying our lives and breaking federal laws and all this shit, doing it in the way they do. And you're not watching, quote, fucking entertainment. You're watching destroyers and monsters and criminals be the actual crimes. A lot of times worse than what they're hunting or solving. Right? I gotta tell you. And I don't want to hear no shit. Like, seriously, I'm so sick of these motherfuckers. And I'm just gonna add this in here in conclusion. Ryan on looking for shit. All these people, all these goddamn goober creators. You know, over my lifetime. And they've made this into clip shit too when I've mentioned certain things through the years. Or like when I was like, well, Summer's not the first missing child I've looked for. Or missing person at least. Or, murdered individuals I looked for or helped find, or murderers and everything. Bitch, I will tell you right now, my tally is higher than any of your all's. Solve rate, find rate, sure is. I don't recall starting goddamn social media or looking for a documentary or putting my face on the fucking news. As a matter of fact, when I have been on there a lot through the years or have agreed to it as I've, hunted down or called out dirty shit, corrupt shit, or, this hour when, things have went down, I've asked for my face not to be shown, not to be blurred. Y'all never realized it was me. But, anyway, yeah. Yeah, I don't recall, and, they'll tell you it's the narrative, right? It's like, oh, she wants something, she's here for blah, 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 game, blah, blah, blah. Bitch, you know how many other high profile or active or anything else I could have been like, social media documentary, I want whatever. I could have. I didn't. Not once over my life. And that's not what this channel is built on or about. Everybody knows, and I clearly stated because of what these sons of bitches were doing, and around Summer's case, I was going to hunt them, and that's what YouTube is for. Talk about domestic violence, cancer, etc. And Summer went and where I felt it necessary. And a lot of times, some things do have to do with Summer, obviously, because that's what the tragedy pimps are doing and around. And their criminal shit, hunting them down, revolves around. But I've gotten out. Long time. I have, throughout the years, and I've had others we know ask for us to search, to help, or when law enforcement can't decide if it's just the death of someone who's a drug user or a criminal, or there's not much, whatever. We all assume it's sort of, but we have went out. A whole lot of us locally and otherwise. And myself, just as a singular or in pairs, whatever, a lot of times hunting down our friends or those known to us in the community. Our whole lives, from the time we were babies and our families know each other and stuff. Knowing from the beginning that we were hunting down their dead bodies. Because we knew, much like their families knew. And I'll tell you, I've seen others' mothers cry. Real tears. They knew something was wrong. Instantly, we all knew locally that the behavior didn't fit. They hadn't called their mamas. They knew even if they were on the run, they were calling their mamas. Always, man. And we knew that meant the worst. And sometimes law enforcement's hands are tied. Because they're grown adults. They know, so it takes a little longer to pick up, and by the time some things can be gone. There have been times when, for weeks, I've passed areas smelling certain things that, out here right in the middle of town, not realizing they were exactly who we were hunting. Which is people we knew from the time we were all babies. We went to school together, our whole lives, all that. Didn't realize it was them smelling. While we were also looking for them. And the thing about that is, they are feet away from where we're passing by every day, and then happens to be a hunter that finds their remains. I've watched the real tears of mothers I know who have missing and murdered children, young adults, and, such. I've hunted for individuals, even if they were drug addicts, and I didn't, and separated from years ago because of that. Even if I don't like drug addicts, I've saved the lives of drug addicts. I have done CPR and Narcan and everything else to bring people back that I didn't even know. I've searched for, and that's the thing, even when I was young, I was taught to run towards things. And I have from the time I was very young. I've told the story before, but, it's like in certain places we've stayed to vacation. My pap saved the little girl. She had crawled her way into the back of the car. And nobody could find her. We looked in the car 40 times through the windows. But she crawled under blankets and stuff in the floorboard. So we just heard, but she was not breathing when we pulled her out. I was little then, and her and I had played together. And all the, but yeah, I was taught to run towards things and to help those in need. And to not, it's what you do. One a few weeks ago, there was a little one here, and she was, oh God, the screams. In an accident, she was terrified, and a little blood in this area, glasses, oh my God. And then, there's things there, but bless her, and then hearing screams like that, it was just like, triggering this motherfucker. Like, But I've looked for many. There's been others we know have just vanished. Uh, and we went to some of the most dangerous places you could imagine looking for them. And then they didn't appear for months. But we all thought they were dead. I mean, I understand this is not most people's lives, and it sounds bizarre and made up, whatever, to most, around the world who've never experienced or don't live around or in areas where maybe this is more prevalent in ways, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe it's not that it's more prevalent because the whole country experiences some of the things that make it so, but East Tennessee is one of the most violent as far as the Fed's list goes every year. But I think it's maybe closer knit this year. So when there's a call out to help or whatever, we all go or come or do whatever. Or we look for our friends that are missing, or we know something's wrong, or we, look for each other's youngins if they're lost in the woods or something. Like, and it happens. And LE and shit, there's a whole lot of times LE and feds, nobody else ever come in because community goes out instantly in large mass amounts, and LE and them never even know it's fucking happened. People bring out their tracking dogs, hunting dogs, and they're on it. And within minutes, they found the neighbor's, missing kid or whatever. And everybody's on their forwards. I mean, instantly, it's kind of what's done. And it's like, okay, I found I don't need to bother LE with it. Especially back in the day. It's like, oh, well, we're going to be able to do it quicker and faster. So, to us, it's, not weird. It's what we do as a community and neighbors with each other. And, I've found throughout my time and years on this planet, those responsible for murders and have always done the right thing. And I don't recall starting social media or YouTube or wanting fame or fucking documentary. So the narrative of that shit, well, those who know me know better. The world doesn't. With the whole, she's just here to make that. No, man. I'm here as promised, and like I always have been when I jumped over to YouTube. Like I said on Facebook, I was jumping over here to hunt you motherfuckers down for what you've done and what you're doing. In Summer's case, and around all of us, what you're really up to, and to speak about cancer and domestic violence. So, anyway, this is where we're at in the year 2026. And so many years have passed, and every second has counted and ticks away, especially for Summer. She's still out here. She's not brought home. And no one is arrested yet. But I am confident they will be. Absolutely so. No matter who tries to hide or use this realm or otherwise. Create chaos, do fuck shit, script write, narrate, try to slam circles into squares. Summer's out here and she's going to be found. And so are the perpetrator or perpetrators. And hopefully anyone hiding them. Or trying to get info to give them so that they can try to get away with. I would hope that was the case. And that they too are rounded up right along with them. Anyway, you guys, I'm out of here for the night. Like I said, before I took my squirrel, casserole, Duke's mayonnaise off the driveway there. But y'all have a good morning, good evening, and good night. Enjoy the speck, the vast cosmos, the dance of life. Enjoy your critters, favorite snacks. Whatever makes you happy, do it, man. You only live once, right? And you never know when time comes, man. Alright, you never know. And in that I'll say, My best advice to anybody is to always tell those you love as they come and go throughout the day that you love them. Hold them tight and give them big squishes every time and any time you can. And never go to bed angry. Alright? Don't do that. And as always, I'll ask that you all please share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for Help at Canada's Save Lives. Far larger than just domestic violence, but health emergencies, the elderly, those with voice disabilities like mine or worse, stroke victims, public kidnappings or abductions, those stuck inside of occurring crimes where they're like say hiding somewhere but they can't talk to 911 but they can dial, and get on an app and give that signal and somebody else can call in. And some law enforcement agencies and call centers for 911 are already set up to do video. So, but that's not countrywide yet. So, as progress continues, hopefully it'll be easier to get help, especially in areas like Beach Creek where domestic violence victims, are a long ways from help and are more likely to die, or even trying to get a signal to get a hold of her, and hours before somebody get there, and then they most likely leave you anywhere, play fuck shit games or do something stupid like, hey bro dog, or, well, just separate for the night, or you just stay here, it's okay, they're all the poor abuser, type of shit. So, and then that way, a lot of women can have a lot more proof for children, or maybe they can get out before they're in body bags, alright, and toe tags. So, it helps create records and proof and all that and all kinds of stuff. And it, saves lives across the board. Medical, and domestic violence, kidnapping, all that shit. So I would encourage all of y'all to learn the hand signal and to share it. Alright? It can and does save lives. And as always, please do share Summer's picture, information, and call her by her name. And by information, I do not mean tragedy pimp bullshit. Social media bullshit. Please, when you share Summer's flyer information, her picture, and age progression photos from real sources, please include, if you can and will, a link to real news agencies, real reporters, real investigative journalists like WJHL, WCYB, Rogers Review, Johnson City Press, Bristol Herald Courier, the FBI, TBI, all those, and whether it be video and news pieces like that, or whether it be news articles out of newspapers, and every now and then change those links to that so that you have something new up there that the right eyes and right ears might hear or see, and then they can have oh, wait a minute, on this day, this person, oh my God, and it clicks, and then they call in whatever may still be needed. And wildly enough, this can also lead to the arrest and capture of the perpetrator or perpetrators responsible, because somebody can, every time they open up one of those things or look at Summer's face and somebody beside them acts funny or does something weird, and then it hits them, wait a minute, where were these people on the and why do they act like, oh, and then they get a little hinky and fishy. You know how many captures of serial killers and otherwise and killers in general have happened that way? A whole hell of a lot. Whole hell of a lot. Okay? Sometimes it's the littlest things that get doors kicked in. So I encourage y'all to always share links and change them out every now and then. Okay? For Summer herself, because she matters. I don't care how many years go by, she matters. She mattered. She will always matter. And she is out here somewhere still unknown. And she needs to be brought home. And no, I do not mean to one down. But to her community and those who know her. And to her brothers. So that she and law enforcement can tell her story, because they're the only ones that have the right to do so. In a court of law and through legitimate means by those who care for her most. And I'll tell you that is community members, law enforcement, and these federal officers who work for her the hardest and always have, and despite your tragedy pimp narratives, have not given up on her. Nothing's cold, and they do not stop, and they do not quit. And I'll tell you that I have seen some of the very ones working Summer's case solve other decades-long cases of notorious variety that a lot of us thought would forever go unsolved. But I watched many people work their whole lives towards a closure. And those who are working Summer's case are part of that. So do not doubt the men and women who are working Summer's case. They're some of the best. And they don't give up. And they won't. Summer matters to them in the way that she should matter to all people. In a real way. Not a flat way. Not a projected way. Not a virtue signaling way. But in a very real way. And those men and women working her case for her for all the right reasons, with everything they've got in them, they care. And she is very real to them. And I cannot imagine the nightmares and things they hold and how they burn themselves to ash every day, working tirelessly for her. But I do not have any doubt that they will find her and they will find the person or persons responsible. But little things go a long way. And in that, y'all can help share the real things that really matter from real sources and real journalists and real this and the other. And I will tell you, that includes even myself. Like, bro, all we can do is tell you what, you know, some of our statements are, this and the other. Obviously, we're a double-edged sword. Anything we say can be chaos. It can cause chaos, and that's the unfortunate nature of it, especially when this group gets hold of it, twists it up, and puts it out as bullshit everywhere to cause, and you know, needed shit and cause everything else. So that's the horrors of speaking. If you're around one of these things, that always happens, and it's fucked how it happens, but it does. But you know, even us, man, we're still just telling you all our experiences, things that seem to be things to us as here, and so therefore we are not even your sources of information or, you know, go-tos. I would encourage you not to share, right? Any of this shit, because only law enforcement can say what matters and this and da 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 da. And generally speaking, if we know where to hold it, law enforcement can, does, or will. Alright? And, so, you know, if they think any of those things are things, then so be it. But until they say, nobody knows. So I would always encourage y'all to stick with real sources of information and the real officials and everybody else with all the real facts and data and reams of whatever and proof and evidence and all that stuff, okay? The pressers, real journalists, all that. Okay? Because even those of us around us are not your sources. Alright? It's just how it is. Okay? So, anyway, you guys, I'm out of here for the night. Much love, peace, happiness, and y'all sleep well or wake up well, and hope you need half as less coffee as you did yesterday. Top of the morning, you know, you're all peppy. I hope y'all have good days, okay? And I guess we'll see where all this lands, if anything, what shakes next, if anything, what's tried to be bow tied up and yeeted away from, and I don't know. You think they'll continue with their fake fight like they're not all for one, one for all? Vague hints, shit, I don't know. Yeah, yawn. A big, yawn factory of Tijuana. Being a, what? Oh. Another dragon session. Oh, God. It's gonna be like a 6-up with testicles, but more polite, disguised up. Okay? Catch me if you can, motherfucker. Alright? God, can't wait. Can't wait. Are you gonna do little dancey videos too? It's supposedly supposed to just break her down. Like, you know, are you gonna pick on her about her hygiene or stuff and like look like a crickhead on her bar and be like, she's got fuzz on her carpet? Oh God, can't wait. Can't wait. We're all gonna learn something new about T1 we didn't know before. Bullshit. Bullshit, bro. If there wasn't no threats and all the other years that Tijuana had about no mention of Nanner, then why is Tijuana being like, Nanner, Vincent? No touching fingers that over the years, and I see you in between on that, buddy. Your math don't math. Fuck out of here with this fake shit. Alright, so y'all be taking for ride if you want to. Including this old news recycled mom bear shit, weird shit's going on with that. And while they're trying to get rid of a few connectors, yeah, long term throughout the years, they've gotten up to the most fuckery connectors, like need $1 and all them, yeah. They're trying no hard right now. Ain't you, buddies? Alright, you guys, I'm out of here. I guess do your entertainment stuff, because entertainment's, I don't know. Well, it destroys real things and open and active cases in real people's lives and reputations and all that. Pick a heart, pick a 1, pick a 2. Tithes to Jesus and several else. It says PG, right? Place is evil and it makes you want to vomit every time you enter it. Well, this is where I stand every day. Makes your soul cringe and skin crawl off. Anyway, y'all have a good night, good morning, and good evening wherever y'all are in the world. Enjoy the storms and the sunshine and dance in all the eyes of all the hurricanes. Much love, y'all.